Okay, we are now live and I am adjusting the microphone. Probably should have done this before, but hey. What can you do? Alright, allow me to send out the link and then we can actually start talking. Would help, YouTube, if you can show me what I'm looking for. Don't see my own shit here. There we go. 1 minute. Alright. Streaming. Alright. One more and then we're good. Okay, now we're good. Sorry about that. And yes, I'll say, everyone be sure to hit the like button as we start this out, because every like counts. I've had a lot of people complaining about notifications on YouTube. A lot of people complaining, so be sure to hit that like button, because I'm hoping that that'll correct that problem somewhat. Yeah, I'm not really that angry. I was upset. I watched the news. I was over at my parents' house having Chinese food with them, and they had NBC on because it was on all the news stations. And I saw the verdict be read live, and I was just like, how the it made me upset then, because I was like, how the fuck can you say that the death was both intentional and then unintentional? I saw somebody respond to me, and that's part of the charges that were against him, like contradicting charges. And I don't understand remotely how anyone can be celebrating this, even if they were on the side of St. Floyd. Even if they thought that, like, my mother, she goes, both my parents are like pretty much everyone who I talk to on this. I'm the only person that I know who I've talked to about this case I'm the only person that is willing to just say that fentanyl Floyd died of an overdose. Every person who I've brought that up to, it's basically like trying to enter in some kind of separate code to an NPC. Like, they just don't accept the programming. It's not one of the authorized responses that they can understand. And they default to 9 minutes. Oh man, 9 minutes. He got sat on for 9 minutes. Who could survive that? Do you know anyone that could survive being sat on for 9 minutes? I don't. It's just kind of a joke. And every person says that. When it's like, if you were sat on by somebody who weighed less than you, you wouldn't die. They put their knee on your neck, they put it on your back. No one dies from that. The guy died from an overdose. That is how he died. I said it a long time ago on this channel, and I got shit for it then. I said it all the way back, that George Floyd killed George Floyd. You can go find that video on my channel. I said this all the way back then. As soon as this toxicology report came out, he died of an overdose. If he was stuck in the vehicle, he would have died. And yet, like I said, it's like trying to talk to an NPC. Anyone who's on the side of, oh, Derek Chauvin is bad, it's like, okay, let's say he's the worst guy in the world. He's not responsible for George Floyd's death. George Floyd is. So what the hell are we even talking about, and what is he being charged with, and why? It is really just kind of pathetic. It really is just kind of pathetic, where in order for you to be on the other side of this, you have to be approaching this from an irrational perspective. There's no way that you're approaching this from a rational perspective and you're on the side of Fentanyl Floyd not being responsible for his own death when he not only resisted arrest, but he's the guy who ingested a lethal amount of a highly lethal drug. It's not like he OD'd on coke. Okay, he ODs on coke. He ODs on alcohol. He ODs on fucking water. He OD'd on the most lethal narcotic that I'm aware of outside of maybe heroin. What is more lethal? Is it heroin or is it fentanyl? I think just by the amount you can ingest, it is fucking fentanyl. It really is kind of ridiculous. And in order for you to explain to me regarding this case and police brutality and all the rest of it, the first thing you need to do is admit to me that this fucking guy died based on the fact that he OD'd. That is how he died. That is his fucking official means by which that he died. It's not by being sat on by someone that weighed like 50 pounds less than him. He died from ingesting too much fentanyl. It really is ridiculous, but that is, like I say, the thing that people simply will not. If they're on the side of, convict Derek Chauvin and Fentanyl Floyd, just rip, rest in peace, Saint Floyd. Anyone who's on that side, they simply ignore that fact that this guy OD'd. So if you want to talk about police brutality and whatever else, that's fine. Pick another fucking guy. Pick another fucking case. Because that is not this case. It really is just ridiculous. This particular case. I fundamentally don't understand why so many people are the way that they are regarding this particular case. It is nothing more than just a barrage of emotional horseshit that does not in any way even touch on the facts of the case. The only way in which that you would have a fucking case in this case is if he was, Floyd was in the midst of ODing on fentanyl and Derek Chauvin shot him. Then maybe you have a case for Derek Chauvin killing fucking George Floyd or being responsible for his death. That's the only fucking way this guy would be responsible for his death. He did not die from being knelt on. He didn't die from being sat on. Derek Chauvin was at 800 pounds. He weighed less than him. He was shorter than George Floyd. It would be like having a girl sit on your back. Are you going to die from that? No, you're not. Why? Because one, not likely how you're going to die getting sat on. But two, weighs less than you by a margin that is not insignificant. Really stupid. Really fucking stupid. I like that in the chat. Now that St. George has been vindicated. We need to call up the Catholic Church. When is this guy getting sanctified? That's what I want to know. When is George Floyd being officially sanctified by the Catholic Church? If anyone deserves it, it's him. Trust me. But yeah, a bunch of other people are talking about how a bunch of the jurors have been doxxed. At least two that I've seen have been doxxed. But that all the jurors are getting doxxed. And apparently, based on the makeup of the jury, this guy was fucked from the get-go. And based on everything that's happened, Chauvin's lawyer would be insane not to appeal this decision. Because, one, the decision doesn't make any fucking sense on its face. I mean, you find him guilty on one of the three, fine. You find him guilty on all three, it's like, okay, these charges don't even add up. They don't even make sense. They contradict each other. So what are you even finding him guilty of? Just everything? He's guilty of fucking everything? It's just kind of stupid. And on its face, just insincere. Yeah, somebody, Graham in the chat said, did you see the video of the officer being assassinated on the highway by a cartel member? Yeah, I saw that. I'm not going to play that on my channel. But yeah, I did see that video. No, as intimidated as the jury may have been, I think that honestly the jury just probably was just on the side. That, like, the jury appears to be just NPCs based on how little time it took for them to come to a conclusion, a rendering, you know, a verdict. I have to say that the jury were probably just NPCs. And they're just like, oh my god, cops bad, career criminals good. And so that's my estimation of the jury in this case, is that they're likely fucking retarded. And it's just kind of a sign of our society, is that they had, whatever it was, 14 chances to find somebody who wasn't a fucking NPC, and unfortunately the defense got all NPCs on that fucking jury. They needed one guy. That's all they needed, was one guy to just be like, okay, yeah, the evidence for him being responsible for these charges it's just not there. And people can riot all they want. It doesn't really make a difference. I mean, like, say for example, it happened in my area where, and I guess maybe this is just a case of you have something to lose, maybe. Although with people on the jury, I'm not sure if that's even true. But even with that defense, all you need is one person where, you know, it's pretty much like me. Like, oh, Louis, you gotta find this cop guilty of a crime he didn't commit, or else, you know, the joggers are gonna burn down your city. It's like, okay, fine, go ahead. What do I give a shit? You know, I don't really care. You know, what's the difference? The government shuts down everyone's businesses and everyone goes out of business, or the joggers show up and burn down everyone's business. What's the fucking difference? Who cares? You know, it doesn't really make much of a difference. And if they show up in my house and it's like, oh, listen, you know, you're juror 10 and we're coming to kill you, we're coming to lynch you, we're coming to burn down your house. It's like, okay, well, subscribe to PewDiePie. How about that? You know, I hope my jury is more sympathetic. They probably won't be, but I guess we'll look forward to my time in court, and we'll just see how we'll get to see if I get to an AC 130, because the facts are the facts, and the reality is, like, people worrying about, oh, they're going to riot, they're going to burn down stores, they're going to burn down neighborhoods, they're going to do this and that. It's like, okay, fine. If they're going to do that, then they're going to do that. Like, I don't understand why that's an argument. I don't understand why, well, people are going to riot. It's like, well, who cares? Whose responsibility is that? And if they show up at your house, well, then subscribe to PewDiePie. Okay? That's how it goes. I just don't understand the cowardice, like the everyday cravenness of so many people, including the clip that I sent out of Greg Gutfeld from Fox News being like, well, they rioted in my area, so I'm glad he's going to prison. And he was talking to people. It was like Juan Williams and the Judge Gennaro, whatever the fuck her name is, and both of them agreed. Like, both of them thought that he was guilty, that Derek Chauvin was guilty of what, I have no idea, but they both thought he was guilty, and even they were like, oh wow, like, oh shit, like, you said the quiet part out loud, you shouldn't say that. You know, it really is just kind of pathetic, and it just seems like we're dealing with people who are fundamentally approaching this from a perspective of fuck the police vindictiveness, like Lilith on Twitter, just in a really pathetic fashion of just pure vindictiveness. They don't really care. They just want some cop to go to prison. And it's like, well, cops go to prison kind of regularly. You know, they get caught doing something wrong, they go to prison. I'm not really aware of that many cops that get away with, you know, a variety of crimes. best case scenario, they do something wrong, they get caught on body cam. You know, they have 1 week of an IA investigation. They get kicked off the force. They resign, whatever, and they're gone. So what exactly do you want? But if you're a vindictive fuck, you want these people to go to prison and be murdered. That is what Lilith wants. That's what the rioters want. That's what all these people that hate the police. They want these cops to go to prison. They want them to be murdered in prison. That's what they want. It's about vindictiveness. It's not about justice. It's not about anything else. Certainly not about the rule of law, because none of these people really believe in that concept. It's about vindictiveness. Just blood. They want blood on the pavement. Rather than have it be, you know, George Floyd or other degenerate, felonious criminals, they want the blood of cops, because they hate cops, and that's it. Like, it begins and ends with that. That's what they want. Blood on the pavement of police. And they don't really care how they get it. Yeah. Kiernath said it in the chat. Moderate leftist. Yeah, it's, you know, unfortunately, it seems like that it's pretty much one of the reasons why I abandoned the left way back, whatever it was, 2018 or 2019, whatever it was that I flipped. Maybe 2018. When I flipped, and one of the main reasons for that was just because there is no moderate left. There is no left to salvage. They are either holding out limply for something like Tim Pool, I would say, is a good example of this. Holding out in a very impotent fashion for some kind of like resurrection or some kind of change that simply is never going to occur. Or people like Lilith, who, and I would say Dev is included in this as well, who are slowly but surely becoming radical leftists. Like, they can claim otherwise and claim, you know, that they're a centrist, but they are slowly being sucked into the radical left. They are slowly put in, and they are right now pussyfooting with the radical left on cases like this, where they agree. Is it really about justice? Is it really about finding someone guilty through the course of the law, through the course of the system? No, it's about vindictiveness. It's about revenge. It's about having the blood, you know, spilling the blood of cops on the pavement because you hate the police in an irrational fashion. You sympathize with criminals and you hate the police. Why? Because the police are arresting, killing criminals. Simple as. Anyways, let's see here. I had a few super chats to keep on top of. Where are we? Today is the 20th. Adherent of Lady of Columbia says, so here's what's going to happen. Bitch and moan, make statements about what needs to be done, complain, everything is over, but still tune in next day for a person's channel and completely ignore working on the local level and self-improvements. I'm not sure exactly what connection you're trying to make here. I'm not sure I follow you there, Lady Columbia. My microphone is slowly turning away from me. Le Deshawn, Le Jogger Jr. says, Pastor, now that St. George has been vindicated, will you join us in holy pilgrimage to Wakanda, South Dakota? I think not. Graham says, legitimate police brutality is really horrible, no doubt. Daniel Shraver is a good example of a victim. I believe that's the guy who was like crawling on all fours down a hallway, and that cop was taken off the force. And yes, that is a sign of, it's not so much a sign of police brutality as it is incompetence of the officer, because you're dealing with someone who's intoxicated and you're giving them contradictory instructions. They're trying to comply with you, and you are not approaching that situation in a competent manner. So the end result is police brutality because the guy was killed, but it's more so that cop was incompetent because he was giving a person who was intoxicated contradictory instructions, and the guy was trying to comply. But there are police officers that are victims recently. Yes, an officer who was executed on the side of the highway by a cartel member. Dan says, today will one day be recognized as the day when America's cancel culture evolved into tangible, systematic mob justice, where jurors are openly threatened and nothing is done about it. Maybe, maybe not. Time's running out to get a rifle and ammo for World Jog 2. I think you should have said World War Jog, Pastor. Because there's not really a second version of it, unless you count last summer or the 90s. Rob says, I doubt it was NPCs alone. I think cowardice play a role. No doubt, but I would say that the combination of the two is really the thing that did it. Diddly Doodler says, going to stop by Nike and Apple tonight. Do you want anything, Pastor? No, I don't really want Apple products anymore. And I don't really wear Nike because it's a woke corporation. Although, aren't they all at this point? A Mexican centrist says, Louis, have you heard of the riots done by the feminists in Mexico since 2019? No SJW YouTuber, anti-SJW YouTuber is ever talking about the woke shit in Mexico. No, dude, Mexico's it's kind of got like an iron curtain, to be honest. I rarely hear of any news that comes out of Mexico from anybody. Here, feminists got away with attacking a pregnant woman and causing her to abort. I think there's another way to say that than abort. Cause her to have a miscarriage, I think would be a better way of saying it. I can tell you more if you wish. Yeah, you can message me on Subscribestar, Discord, Twitter, or whatever. But no, I have not heard of that. I rarely, if ever, hear anything out of Mexico. Guacamole says, thank you for the night sermon, Pastor Louis. Based on the Chauvin trial, how fucked do you think the Kyle Rittenhouse's case is now? Yeah, if anyone's in a worse position than Chauvin, it's Kyle Rittenhouse. Kyle Rittenhouse is fucked. Like, every juror is just going to be either a leftist or a fucking NPC coward. You know, it's going to be a Greg Gutfield conservative or an NPC. Like, that's the 100% makeup of his jurors for his case. So, yeah, he's fucked. But, hey, all I'm saying is move the trial someplace else and put me on that fucking jury. Put me on that fucking jury. That's all I gotta say. Joanne Von Floyd, I think that's supposed to be a meme name, Floyd Mans, says, with juries like these, is the better option to plead out or to take the risk and plead innocent? I'm not really sure. I don't really have, I mean, if the plea deal, as far as I know in this case, I think he got blocked from making a plea deal. I don't think he was allowed to make a plea deal in this case. So he had no choice but to go to the jury. That or they tried to stick him with some kind of ridiculous charge, but it didn't really matter. He got convicted of those ridiculous charges in this jury trial. Glow in the Dark says this verdict was a miscarriage of justice. The judge is a cuck fuck, that bastard. I wish Floyd... It wouldn't have mattered. The jury was fucked. The jury was decided from the beginning. I've seen people tweeting about that. I agree. I think the jury was swung from the very beginning. I wish Floyd was still alive so I could blank the drug addict. I'm not going to read that part there, Glow in the Dark. Let's be honest. Me as a cold-blooded killer would have gotten a fairer trial. No, you wouldn't have. You're probably white and you killed a black man, so no, you wouldn't have. But thank you for the very felonious message there, Glow in the Dark. You really are Glow in the Dark. You're Fed posting. Canadians... Oh, Jesus. Canadians says... Have you seen the breakdown from Robert Barnes and Viva Fry? They went into pretty good detail about the case. No, I haven't, but I've seen people break it down. Adherent of Lady Columbia says, what I mean is that we are just going to bitch and moan without actually engaging in local and individual-centered solution unless it's... Well, there's not really anything you can do to that degree in this specific case. Like, I mean, I am, I am in the, I can be called for jury duty. Like, that's about as much as you can do. Unless it's trying to get some federal election done, we will ignore local power, and some of us are just bitching 24/7. Maybe so, but I would say for this particular case, I don't know if your criticism lands. I would say generally, yes, you're right, but in terms of what can actually be done in this case, there's not really much we can do. Even like giving towards like a defense fund for Derek Chauvin, you put yourself at risk now because you had Kyle Rittenhouse's fund hacked, and then all the information was leaked, and there's been a whole bunch of people fired because of that. A whole bunch of people got fired. So it seems like the left is really ramping up their tactics in that sense. So I would say that we're going to have to be in the future a lot more careful about what we do. And I would say that if we're going to do any more defense funds, we have to find some sort of network that has ironclad security behind it, so that the hacking and the doxing that happened with Kyle Rittenhouse's fund can't ever happen again. Because the whole intention behind that specifically was to target the donors and to intimidate people in the future from giving money. That's the whole purpose of it. Oh man, I can't keep up. I'm losing track really easy. A Mexican centrist says, what is your favorite loli fan artist like Madak, Papayo, Ram Taku, Superman, or others? I don't really have one. I don't really follow, I think, any specific loli artists. Will M says, do you think questioning the verdict will become grounds for being banned on YouTube or Twitter? Fucking dude, who knows, Will? Who knows? Who the fuck knows? I'm betting saying things like jury intimidation will become as taboo as saying voter fraud. Maybe. Who knows? It's up to YouTube. It's up to the activists. It's always, a roll of the dice. Glow of the Dark says, every public case the left bitched about is going go their way, no matter how terrible the case is. Kangaroo courts, every one of them. Yeah, I would say I was complaining about that under the Trump administration. It's why I was screaming about him being overly litigious, because him being that way set himself up for failure, because the courts, by and large, are with the leftists. So it doesn't help you to go through the court system. It's a bad maneuver. As I've continued to say, whether on my own channel, on other people's channels, when you can bypass the courts, do so, because going to the courts significantly increases the chances of the opposition either gumming up the works to hold off the result for as long as possible, or the court just randomly decides against you, no matter how much weight there should be in your favor. The courts right now are really fucking bad for a few reasons. And I would say that I'm honestly not even read as well as I should be, or caught up enough as well as I should be on the matter at hand to go into why it is. But as I've already said, that is the case, that the courts are against us at the moment. Like the federal bureaucracy, the agencies, all of these things are against us. The state itself is against us. And, all the while you have all of this going on, the federal government is doing everything possible to label effectively white people. Right-wingers, white people, we're all part of a conspiracy. We're all part of a terrorist network. They're trying to make the case for that. So you don't want to work with government agencies. You don't want to work with the courts. You don't want to go through the courts. You don't really want to put yourself in the position where you're going to be going up against the government. It pretty much is trying to do things underground to the best of our ability, trying to do things veiled to the best of our ability, so that any NGOs we set up, any funds we set up, any organizations, companies we set up, have to look as innocuous as possible. They have to very much veil what their intentions are, what they're trying to do. They have to be set up in such a manner so that they can not be shut down as easily as they would if, it's like the Oath Keepers or the Proud Boys, or, basically any organization you set up, anything you set up, you have to make it look as innocuous as possible. That way it can actually function, because if you're too brazen about how you organize, you're just going to be immediately shut down by everybody all at once. And if you do anything online, you have to have the best conceivable fucking cybersecurity that you can afford. Is it Australian? Robot says, "Hey Louis, have you ever thought about writing articles every once in a while? I would read them. I reckon you might get them on some right-sided media sites." The problem with that is that they would all want me to give my actual name, and they would want that sort of thing. And I'm not really aware of any site that I could actually publish on outside of maybe Sargon's site. But like I say, I don't think they would allow me to use my my pseudonym. I would imagine they would force me to use my actual name, and I don't really want to do that. I'm kind of in the process of working on getting a job finally, and I don't really want to fuck that up. Canadian Heston says, "Lol, Lilith, always funny, cough cough, libertarian is celebrating miscarriage of justice." That's what I mean, is that, like, the left libertarian doesn't exist anymore. There's no such thing. The people that claim to be center leftists are either out in the middle of the woods about to be wacoed like fucking Tim Pool, or there are people like Short Fat Otaku and Lilith who are very clearly eventually going to be radical leftists. Like, they're unwilling to argue with me. They're unwilling to actually discuss any of this with anybody. They stay within their own closed circle, and they are slowly but surely being radicalized to being just straight up. I mean, what's the difference at this point with Lilith between her and a member of Antifa or a communist group? Like, what is the difference? The libertarian movement is dead. And even though that upsets, like, right-wing libertarians that follow me, like, I've talked to, and I've, DM'd, and I've gone back and forth with people who are basically, they were libertarian. They realized the way that the movement was going. They weren't anarcho-capitalists. They're more like somebody like Styx. And they realized that the whole movement was about to self-immolate. And basically what happened with me happened to them, where they just said, "Fuck it, I'm with the nationalists now." That's what happened to them. There's a bunch of people that I'm aware of who were libertarians who were just like, "Fuck it, I'm done. I'm now a nationalist." And it's not as though that, like, they somehow overnight radically changed their philosophy. It's just a matter of, I'm with the side that still believes in something that isn't what's going on in this country. And I would say that the left so-called libertarians are either isolated, alone, atomized on Tim Pool's compound, and Tim Pool is flaming out and kicking them off, or they're being groomed to be radical leftists. Like, that's what's happening there. Miscarriage of justice, where a man essentially put through triple jeopardy, never mind double in court, where he was never going to get a fair trial, and you call it accountability. Yes, Canadian, I agree with you. That's the whole point. It's why I say it's vindictive and it's irrational, because it is. Even if you thought that this guy was guilty of something, you would never want what happened in this case to happen. You would never want what happened to happen like it did. But it's basically, like, the people, I could count those people on one hand that exist in the fucking country. Okay? I could count those people on one hand. It's basically two sides. It's fuck fentanyl Floyd, and it's, Derek Chauvin is worse than Adolf Hitler. I want him to die. Like, that is the fucking position that these people hold. And they can suck me off because 90% of them are either trying to call me a fascist or they are cowards and they'll never even talk to me about the case. So what does it really matter? The sides are what they are. I know which side I'm on, and the side I'm on still believes in the concept of a fair trial, the concept of rule of law, and the rest of it. That's my side. That's the side that I'm on. Not vindictive, bloodlusty fucking nihilists. It's people that actually still believe in things, that still hold to ideals. So you can't say that about the other side of this. You can say it about my side, and that's why I'm on the side that I'm on. And I would say that goes for a great deal of the people that are on this side. It seems like those of you tonight that are, outside of Glow in the Dark who's fed posting, I would say that the bulk of our side is not above the concept of, pursuing charges against an officer who went far beyond what his duty was, or abused his authority, or whatever else. I highly doubt that our side, those of you listening to this, that we're over here simping for the blue, simping for the police, as though I have a Blue Lives Matter shirt and a Blue Lives Matter flag and all this shit. Like, my position is not, I love police. My position is, in order for us to have a society, there must be order. In order for, there to be order, there must be a police force. There must be laws. And sometimes people are going to die. And those people that die, if they are people that are just utterly degenerate and like I say, they are deviants. They see every person, like the way that I see those around me. I judge people based on, I have my initial judgment based on appearances. I have my instinct in terms of character, or what I could take away from one conversation. We all have our prejudices. They exist for a reason. They're not irrational. They can be, but often as it is, that typically, I'm a decent judge of character, I think. I've been more right about people than I've been wrong over the course of my lifetime. And I've seen people compliment me about that fact, that I'm a good judge of character a lot of times. The fact is that I would say, as it relates to our side, based on what I've seen from all of us, we're not the irrational ones. We're not the people that are out here irrationally saying, no, the cops can do no wrong or anything else. Okay? I have not seen anybody outside of maybe one guy who had a Blue Lives Matter flag who argued with somebody at the drive-thru of a fucking Tim Hortons. Maybe that guy's irrational. Maybe. You take him out of that road rage incident from whatever it was 9 months ago during the Summer of Love. And by the way, at that point, I was kind of irrational then. Because I literally thought the riots were going to come to my fucking town. There was rioting in Rochester. There was rioting in Buffalo. A police line got run over by some jogger. Who's to say that they weren't going to come to my neighborhood? And I don't understand why people have basically forgotten last summer. I don't understand how we have gotten to this point where people are just pretending as though that last summer wasn't anything more than the worst thing that you can imagine in a society. And if you're given the choice between that and occasionally some piece of shit degenerate dies, how in the world are you on the other side? How in the world are you not on the side of occasionally a deviant dies? Boo-hoo. Rip. But at least in that scenario, you still have the rule of law. You still have an orderly society. People can still operate their businesses. People can still be free and safe. I don't know how you come down on the opposite side. I don't understand how you come down on the side of, no, the rioters are right, the looters are right, the degenerates and the deviants are right, and we should sympathize with them. I don't understand how after last summer you come down on that side. I really don't. But the only case in which I do understand it is either you're a coward, you're hoping that you won't get robbed or raped, and you just don't give a fuck about anybody else. They can get robbed, raped, murdered, whatever. Too bad, wasn't me. Like that kind of cravenness that you see with Greg Gutfeld. And that's what that is. The whole thing with Greg Gutfeld, if I can say his stupid name right, is wasn't me. That's literally his position. Wasn't me. If it's you, fuck you. At least it wasn't me. And that's why I say craven. People are saying cowardice. No, craven. It is a form of cowardice, but I'm saying it that it's different. Being craven is different. Being craven is there is a mass shooter and you literally grab a child and use them as a human shield so you can get out of the way, so you can run away. That is craven. It is a distinct level of cowardice. But it's not, like, I don't want to say malicious because I don't think that's the right word to use. But it is a brutal form of cowardice. You know, it is like that. It is you using, you know, a pregnant woman as a human shield so you can get away from a shooter. It is that kind of thing. And that is the perspective of somebody like Greg Gutfeld. He doesn't care. He doesn't care about innocents that are his neighbors, that might be even his friends or acquaintances. He doesn't care. All that he cares about is my life, the life of my children. Like, he doesn't care. And that is no way to have any kind of decent society. And I think that's basically the make or break between sides. That is us and them. I think that the lot of us really do care. I think that we're not, oh, these evil internet fascists and all this shit, white supremacists and all this nonsense. We're actually the people that want to live in a decent society, and we care about the innocent and about our neighbors and about our extended family and the rest of it. We actually care about the people who you know, you should give, you know, some allotment of compassion to. If you're going to issue out and dispense compassion or sympathy, it should be to those that deserve it, not that those that don't. Someone like George Floyd doesn't deserve your sympathy or your compassion in any way, shape, or form. Lifetime of being an evil fucking person and a degenerate. George Floyd killed George Floyd. Why should I feel sorry for him? I don't. Why do you? Seriously, if you do, why? Why? It makes no sense. Why do you not sympathize in any way, shape, or form with his victims, George Floyd's victims? Why don't you sympathize with them in any way? Why instead do you choose to sympathize with a lifelong criminal and degenerate? Why? And like I say, I'm just kind of sick of the people attacking, not necessarily me. Like, if they want to attack me, there's a few people that were attacking me earlier on Twitter. I don't care. Attack me all you want. Doesn't mean anything to me. What I can't stand is the whole idea of our side is evil. When it's like, I look around, I don't see any evil people on our side. I don't see any evil fucking people on our side. Find me the evil people on our side. You know, when even, like, you have people that are, you know, arguably immoral or have wrong ideas who are making the same case that I am, that they're stressing the points that I'm trying to make here, I don't understand how even with that you can say, oh, well, you need to, you know, distance yourself from them. They're evil. They're whatever. They got bad ideas. It's like, well, if they're arguing something that I ultimately agree with, because my ideas and my values and my worldview, my philosophy is shared with the founding fathers of the United States of America, then how about my side has moral convictions and my side has moral clarity? Your side has no moral foundation whatsoever, and you're siding with degenerates and criminals. You're siding with evil fucking people. You need to realize what side you're on. You need to realize what your perspective is. You need to realize what values you're championing. I don't. I have clarity. Our side has clarity about what we stand for. You're the side that is all over the fucking map with whatever the fuck you believe today. We're not. Our side is very clear. Your side is all over the fucking place. So yeah, good message by Canadian there. Dilly Dooler for 650 says, time to break out the Floyd coins. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Mexican Centrist says, how is Short Fat Otaku becoming a leftist? He used to be an SJW and then switched sides. I know Shuan had, and well, if you're new to the channel, I'm not gonna go into it. You sound like somebody who this is the first video of mine you fucking watched. So yeah, I would go back and watch my old content. I've talked about Dev before. I've challenged Dev to debate me several times over several issues. He's always run away from it every single time. Welcome to the channel. That's all I'll say. Thank you for the super chat. Welcome to the channel. Glow in the Dark says, Biden said it was murder. The whole system is going to punish any vestiges of actual opposition to the left. Yeah, pretty much. That's the way things are at the moment. But the thing is that they control the federal government right now, but I haven't changed my position that the Republicans are going to take the House. Unless they're able to do some serious fortifying in 22 and 2024, we're going to take back the House. There's a decent chance we're going to take back the Senate. The Senate is a little bit more up in the air, but as far as I've seen some numbers related to that, and as far as I can tell, we can still take back the Senate. We are going to take back the House, and it's why they're talking about D.C. It's why they're talking about Puerto Rico. They're trying to get that through. They want to get that through because they're worried about the Senate. When it comes to Puerto Rico and D.C., they're not worried about the House in that regard. They're worried about the Senate. And that's why they're still trying to get it done, is because they think that the Republicans are going to take back both the House and the Senate. Certain states are pushing through legislation to prevent fortification in the future. So even though while in states like Georgia it's watered down, and that the people who are responsible for the fortification and the loss of 2 Senate seats in Georgia, the Republicans, they're still there. All the same people are still there. So Georgia, despite the sort of piecemeal shit that they've done, I would say that Georgia is still very much, in my view, it's still just a blue state. Not because the Republicans there are just gone and that people have moved away or the money is overwhelming everything. It's because the Republicans in Georgia are choosing to lose. They are actively helping the Democrats win. And as far as I can tell, unless you take the people out of power that made that happen in 2020, then the Democrats are going to keep winning there. You can bring in that legislation about, fortification, but you still had the same people in power who helped the Democrats win in 2020. They helped the Democrats take the Senate. They helped the Democrats win the state. They're still there. The same people that helped them win are still there. Unless you take those people out, they're going to help them once again in 2022 22 and 2024. In other states, though, I know they've passed things in other states. It's a slow-moving process, but my hope is by 2022 that we've made some kind of headway in terms of fortification for 2024. That's going to be the biggest election. That's the election that's going to make a big difference, is 2024. 2022, we might get another repeat of 2020 with fortification, maybe, but I would still say there's a good chance that the Republicans are going to take the House. And then it's going to be basically trying to block everything and basically purging all the members of the House that are the people I've mentioned in the past, like the Liz Cheney section of the party, the Liz Cheney GOP, just trying to force them out, getting them to basically raise their hand and say, we're on board with Republicans losing elections and Democrats winning, and getting them out of those positions. That's going to be what is 2022. But nothing big. 2024, however, is going to be the big election. That's going to be the big deal. Turtle says, tithings to the pastor. After today, you're going to have to rebrand as Copcast as Crookcast. It's not a bad name, to be honest. Crookcast is not a bad name. But my hope is that people can misinterpret Copcast as maybe like anti-cop, maybe. That would be a smart way to like brand Copcast as anti-cop. I don't really know. The trailer is still down. The trailer that was taken down that I did a while ago for Copcast 2 is still down. It got me a strike against my channel, however long ago it was, last year. Jared says, "Hey Louis, any thoughts on the debate between the distributists versus Don the Pleb? Create parallel right-wing societies versus retake the institutions." I've already commented this. I don't understand why this keeps... I mean, I appreciate the big super chat, but this gets asked every fucking stream. Particularly in the light of current events. I've already said that create parallel right-wing societies is just going to get everyone Waco'd. I don't understand at all the idea of, well, we'll just have a clean break. We'll just balkanize and we'll have a clean break. And it's like, on what fucking planet are you that would ever feasibly happen where we won't get fucking raided by the FBI, the ATF, by every federal law enforcement, by the police, by the sheriff's department? We're all going to get fucking Waco'd. That will never fucking happen. That will never happen. And if it does, we will get Waco'd. It is a dumb fucking idea. The only thing that should be done in that regard is parallel banks, parallel, streaming services, parallel credit card companies, parallel phone services, parallel sports teams, I guess. Like, that's the only thing that you should do. That's the only... And there's a fucking market for it. Right-wing banks, right-wing fundraisers, right-wing NGOs, right-wing organization groups for politics. Like, those are the things that we fucking need. Ruby Ridge and Waco and all this stupid fucking balkanization shit is just gonna get us all fucking killed. You're dumb if you advocate that. And the fact is that as it relates to the institutions, the people that are currently riding high because they think that if they don't do everything now that they're gonna be done. That's why everything is so bad as it stands right now. They think that if the right wing gets another crack at it, if we don't have Jared Kushner in the fucking White House doing everything to obstruct Trump, if we instead have a Trump in office who doesn't have Jared Kushner in the room, then the fact is that we would be going around ripping out the fangs of all of our enemies. You would have Antifa and all these you'd have the fucking academia being attacked and defunded. You would have Antifa being arrested and put in federal prison. You'd have basically the reverse of the purge in our federal government and all the wokesters being taken out of all the bureaucracy. If you had somebody like Trump, but without Jared Kushner in the room, we get done what needs to be fucking done, and that would be fucking it. The reason why the left is in the way that they are right now is because they think if the right wing gets another crack at it, they think if the right gets another chance at power, it's done, it's over. That's the perspective that they're taking. So the idea of writing off the institutions is a dumb idea. It's a dumb idea to think that writing off the institutions is a plausible scenario, because in many ways, the keys that we need in order to enact what we want are there. It's just a matter of taking power. And just because 2020 was bad doesn't mean it's fucking over. And it seems as though that a lot of people who are on our side, or on my side at the very least, are mirroring what I'm saying. As fortified as 2020 was, it's not over with yet. There could be a change in 2024 that says that there is a means by which to say that the institutions are done, that every election from here on out is going to be fortified, and there is simply nothing that we can do. But I am here to say now that it appears that the case is that is not as how it is. So there's no reason to do that just yet. It's way too early. And that's what our enemies want us to do. Our enemies want us to do all these. They want us to Fed post. They want us to say all this dumb shit. They want us to split off. They want us to declare like white separate states and all this shit so that they can send in the FBI. They can send in the ATF. We all get gunned down or go to federal prison and they win. However many people that get gunned down, get federally imprisoned, well, that's that many fewer voters. That's how they're viewing this perspective, or that's how they're viewing this. That's their perspective on things as they are, and on us. Glow in the Dark says the left care for criminals more than the people who tried to defend them from criminals. The left are morally bankrupt. Yes, that is my position. I hope crime increases. They deserve it. It is increasing. I mean, it's not, demanding vengeance in terms of crime increasing, glow in the dark. I'm not sure what you're even saying. It is increasing. That's kind of the natural consequence. Not sure what you mean. I hope crime increases. Well, it is. I don't really know if that's up to you. Deep Fried says, if Joven had been a hot 2D anime girl and choked Floyd with her thigh, nobody would be complaining right now. Well, if she were a woman, I would say that she probably would have gotten off. Let's put it like that. Even if she were white, I think she would have gotten off. Australian robot. Yeah, it's an Austrian robot, I think. I'm not sure. Do you talk with your father about Boomer Radio? Yeah, I did. I did that a while ago. I recorded that commentary a while ago, and when I talked to him, he basically threw a fit and didn't want to say anything after that. So, yeah, he kind of basically just got angry and didn't want to talk about it. So, he basically defended the people being fired in that and was like, oh, they didn't fire everyone on the show. They just suspended people and blah, 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 and he shouldn't have said that and all this other shit. And so, unfortunately, my father's, like, exceptionally blue-pilled. Like, he's become an NPC as it relates to politics. And my mom is, like, not really that far behind him. They really are insufferable to talk to when it relates to politics. Baron of Philenas says, love your content, Louis. Keep it up. God bless Florida. May it be free. Yeah, if you live in Florida, you live in the blessing of all times, man. It's a nice place to live. What is this super chat? Oh, Jesus. Imago Mortis says, last year police shot and killed about 1,000 people. Meanwhile, 80,000 people died of drug overdose. And what does the media choose to focus on? Yeah, of course. There's no money in talking about people who die from drug addiction. There's no one cares. It's an issue that you can't make any money on. And if they can find a way to make money on people ODing, then they will. Then that's what it'll become a big deal then, when there's money to be made. But until such a time, I mean, that's the thing. Like, here's the fucking the big contradiction that people don't want to discuss either. Are all the people that are like, yeah, marijuana is good, legalize all drugs. By the way, I take drug addiction super seriously. I take ODs very seriously. I think that you should be able to get free access to fucking heroin. But believe me when I tell you that I take overdoses very seriously. It's like, yeah, I know you don't. And so there really is no, like, basis. Like, there's the right who thinks that doing drugs is wrong, and then a group of people who are hypocrites, and then your average NPC fucking moron. Like, there's no position to take on it, really. So, what can you do? And there's no money. Glow in the Dark says, fuck the FBI. They are busy searching for grandmas from January 6th. But the people going across state borders to burn whole cities. Whoops, can't do anything. Let's go check that NASCAR garage. Yeah. I agree. I totally agree, Glow in the Dark. I've said it. I've been saying it for quite a while. Not for years, but probably for at least a year, that the FBI is it's basically the enforcement wing of the DNC, and that steer clear, and that if I were in Congress, it would be defund. I would just defund the FBI, because I would just sit on, just have some kind of hearing and just say, listen, it's pretty clear, it's pretty obvious that you're just acting as an agency in the sense that you are working with the DNC. You're very clearly taking marching orders from them. You don't care really about domestic terrorism. And even under Trump, they were awful. They were just abysmal under Trump as well. So the FBI for the past few years has been nothing but an instrument of the left and of the DNC machine. So yeah, I would say that the FBI has very much just outlived their usefulness in this society. You know, they got the low IQ fucking Italians telling their crimes over the phone. They managed to crack the code there. But as it relates to what they're doing now, maybe there are agents doing some good things, but the fact is that basically from the middle on up, it's actively working against us in the same way that big tech is. So the FBI are not our friends, and they pretty much need to go. Every dollar you give to the FBI is another dollar being spent on trying to get you arrested over bullshit. You're right wing, you're white, you're some kind of dissident to the machine, to the neoliberal, the internationalist regime. If you're anything but on the side of like Black Lives Matter and Amazon, then they're coming after you. So I'm sorry that for the agents on the bottom who might be actually trying to do good work, but the fact is that from the middle on up, they're just evil. So they gotta go as an agency. Glow in the Dark says, come to Florida. You can run over riders legally here. Do you actually live in Florida, Glow in the Dark? Do you actually live there? I've had a bunch of people say that I moved there, and I've already said that if the problem is I've seen people that live there complain that they're getting like overwhelmed, that it's basically like it's similar to like the California exodus. Like there's like 1 million people moving to fucking Florida. Like it was like I saw some number, it was like 500,000 in like the last year or something like that have moved to Florida. I've already said that if I had to pick a state that's my number one to move away from New York to, it is Florida. It doesn't seem to be perfect in every regard in terms of my perspective. The locals there seem kind of fucking crazy. But they vote the right way just enough. I mean, that's really the difference. There's enough fucking Republicans there that the state isn't a total fucking shithole, unlike New York. So they have that going for it. But one of the things I've seen, it seems like Florida has a real problem with drug use. Floridians in the chat, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like your state has a serious problem with drug use, from my perspective. And in New York, I mean, people hear OD and shit all the time, but it's not as crazy. Like, there's no rampages here. Occasionally you see some stupid shit happen, but it seems like in Florida there's a lot of, like, drug-fueled rampages, and it's really weird. I don't really find it funny. I don't know why people are like, oh, Florida man, it's so funny. It's like, yeah, I don't really find it funny. I find it kind of scary. You know, these are communities that, people are trying to raise families in. I don't really understand why people find it funny. I don't. Where was I? Long Sword of Smithing says, I popped my collar at work, had a stare into the abyss moment, and almost said the gamer word lol. I pushed out, though, one day. Nah, don't do it at work. Unless you hate your job and you want to get fired, but I don't know if I'd recommend that, because the job that I've applied to has pretty strict standards as it relates to being fired. And you are, I don't know if it's really investigated. It seems like a lot of background checks are kind of just honor system. They don't seem to be very serious, because I've checked in with one of the people that I gave as a manager or a supervisor for a job I worked in the past, who I still have, I still text him every once in a while, and I checked in with him, and they should have checked in with that person already, and they never did. I gave them, it's the only supervisor I gave full information and their number, contact, everything up to date, and the person that I'm hoping to work for, who is supposed to be doing a thorough background check, didn't even check in with them at all to even verify that I even fucking worked for them at any point. So it seems like a lot of background checks are just kind of honor system shit. But I would never. I would say don't ever. Is as bad as any job is. Don't ever intentionally try to be fired. It's a bad idea. That's all I'll say. Always glad to hear a live sermon. Keep it up, Pastor. Well, thank you, Andrew, for the $6.54. Very accurate dollar amount. $6.54, which I believe are the most up-to-date numbers. Glow in the Dark says AFAB, all feds are bastards. Racist Crayon says hot take, but most of the people charged in the Capitol were overcharged. How's that a hot take? And have been getting off on trespassing charges. Check out the stabbing in Ohio that the joggers are reading about right now. Girl had a knife and tried to kill another girl, and the cop shot her. I've heard loosely about that. It's, I think, in Columbus. It's whatever, you know? It's whatever. There's not really... It's why, like, it's the question of basically, like, start from the beginning of, like... It's like that flowchart meme. You know, question 1, top of the chart. You know, do you believe in the rule of law? And it's honestly, like, the biggest question. And it's really the thing that I have with somebody like Short Fat Otaku or with Lilith or with anybody who's basically on the other side. Where it's like, do you believe in the rule of law? And it appears to me the answer for them is no, that you don't. That you're always going to find a reason to... There's going to be some retarded emotional appeal that you sympathize with where you justify the prosecution or the murder of police because some deviant got killed. You know, like, you either believe in the rule of law or you don't. And the fact is that if you have somebody wielding a weapon, you have somebody resisting arrest, you have somebody doing something that's, whatever, they're acting in a deviant manner. They're acting as a deviant would. They get themselves killed, you sympathize with the person who's a deviant. I don't. Why? One of the big reasons is I believe in the rule of law. Some deviant gets themselves killed, I don't care. You know, because my first position is, well, we need to have an orderly society. In order to have that, we need to have laws. In order to have those laws be enforced, we need to have somebody out there actually enforcing them. You know, it's this foundation that I believe in that you don't. Or you're such a fucking retard that you think you can have your cake and eat it too. That somehow we're going to have the world of RoboCop. Except for, rather than have it being RoboCop, where the police dispense justice as a machine would, where it's very clinical, in which more people will be killed when they lash out as deviants do, you think that it's going to be the RoboCop of the cops are basically bulletproof. They walk up around and you literally can't shoot the police. You can't stab the police. You can't punch the police. It's literally going to be you punching a machine and you're so physically incapable of hurting them that they can just, like, you know, as they're bringing you in, like, you're trying to resist and they shatter both your arms as they put you in cuffs. Like, that is basically the scenario that they're dreaming of. And then they'll complain about that too. So that's what I mean. It's impossible. It's a world that cannot possibly ever exist. And that's me being charitable. That's me being charitable towards their perspective. Is utopian shit so stupid that only a child would ever dream it up? Or you simply have forgone the idea of the rule of law. That criminals should just be let go. And what I love is, what I love is that coming from the same people that would be against the idea of, like, oh, sexually molesting girls or rape or any of those things, like, those things are strictly evil. It's like, okay, now, how do you enforce those laws? Okay, a girl is being raped. How do you stop the rape? A girl is being molested. How do you stop the molestation? They don't have an answer to that. It's just so funny to me that the memes, the general memes of these things are wrong. Well, it's like, well, how do you stop Harvey Weinstein? Harvey Weinstein gives himself up to police. Well, what if Harvey Weinstein didn't? Oh, man, isn't that ever the paradox? Oh, man, how do we square that circle? What do you do in the case of Harvey Weinstein or somebody else when they don't give up? Now what? And that's the question that I pose to any of the people that are basically, in my view, on the opposite side. All your sacred cows, as it relates to the misdeeds of the world, okay, there's a cop. There's a cop that has gone out and committed a mass shooting. Okay, a cop has gone out, committed a mass shooting. He went to a black neighborhood. He's like, he said the 14 words and did a Roman salute, and he just shot 40 fucking black people. Okay, now, he's not surrendering himself. How do you take him into custody? Walk me through that fucking scenario. What I know, the answer is going to be, well, he deserves to die. Because it's, rules apply here, they don't apply there, because you're the left. You're a leftist. Rules for thee, not for me. If there weren't double standards, there'd be no standards. But yeah, racist, I don't know why that's a fucking hot take. It's not really. Thorson says, good to see a stream from you tonight. Been in a shit mood since I got to work. I think of you when I get in a debate, and all I hear in my head is, you fundamentally don't understand. Well, thank you. Thank you there, Thorson. I would say if you're at work and you get in a debate, keep it fucking polite. Don't ever tempt one of your colleagues, your coworkers, to go to HR and get you fired. And I did that when I had debates with people when I was a guard, because I was around office workers and other people. When I was a guard, I challenged people on politics all the time, but I always did it in a very non-confrontational way. I always did it in a very casual fashion, and I very rarely ever said what my position was. What I would do was entertain, you have people on the other side who think this, and I would never say what my actual position was. Very rarely would I actually say what my position was. And it was because in a saner world, if they ever complained to a supervisor or whatever, I would say, they brought up the discussion, I entertained their discussion, and I never said what my position was. And if they claim otherwise, they're a liar. So you can write me up, you can do whatever, you can fire me, but the fact of the matter is, they brought up the discussion, I never gave them what my position was, I never raised my voice. And if they claim otherwise, they're a liar. But it never happened. Thankfully, it never happened. And I very rarely talk about politics at work outside of those who I know or knew then were basically on my side. I had a different perspective, and my politics were different when, going back 5 years. But occasionally I'd run into people who were either stridently right-wing or stridently left-wing, and to both of them, I never gave them what my actual position was. The only people who I ever admitted to my actual perspectives were people who I knew were basically totally identical in terms of our position. Those are the only people who I ever admitted to what my beliefs were. I very rarely debated people like that. Shit, where was I? Yeah, but thank you for the chat, Thorson. Glow in the Dark, once again. Glow in the Dark's just tossing money out tonight. Florida didn't convict Zimmerman even when it was a left-wing jihad, so better than Minnesota. Oh, there you go. Point in your favor. I asked you if you're from Florida, though, and you never said. I assume so with all this Florida talk, though. Addicts are a problem, but not really as bad as California. Old people, addicts mostly. Law allows people to see all criminal records, so it's easy to find crazy stories. Okay, I'll take your word for it. So basically what Glow in the Dark, Apparent Floridian, is saying is that because access to the information is so accessible, it makes it easier for the journals and people to report on Florida man stories. That's his defense for Florida. Adherent says, have you seen that over the past few months, many states have adopted constitutional carry? I've seen a couple. I haven't really seen that many. I haven't been paying that much attention, though. With Texas and Louisiana trying to, those are the two states that I'm aware of, that are trying to pass it. I'm trying to remember what one of the states were that did it. I thought Louisiana was one of them, but I guess they're trying to pass it now. Also, let the drugs flow, but deny the repeat reusers therapy like the 1800s. Let the degenerates blank themselves. I don't know. That'll never happen. Everyone in the world, including every person on the right, is a fucking total pussy as it relates to drug addicts. Every person in this world but me. Okay, let's put it like that. Like, it's myself and 5 people listening to this look at drug addicts with derision. Like, or homeless. Like, people have just infinite compassion for the homeless and drug addicts, whereas I don't. Because it doesn't really matter to me if you are addicted to drugs. It's the question of how much of a danger are you? And I've seen plenty of people admit that some of the most dangerous fucking people in our society are drug addicts. I know people who work, like, it's friends of the family who work with the fucking mentally ill, drug addict, whatever, homeless types. And even though they work with those people, I have heard them say to my face that they work with cops, they work with federal agents, they work with EMTs, they work with basically a broad base of firefighters and all this. Like, they work with a broad base of those that deal with deviants. And their position is, and they're conservatives, but they're not like really, really conservative. Their position is, both of them who work in that industry, their position is that the most dangerous people in our society are drug addicts. That they basically, like, the drugs basically remove the impetus that a normal person would have from doing the unthinkable. Drugs basically fuel the worst fucking behavior that you could ever imagine from a human. And that is what makes them the most dangerous. Like, you have your 0.05% of psychopaths, you have your 1 point whatever of sociopaths, and you then, you have the rest of the percentage of deviants in a society. But the fact is that you have an additional percentage of drug addicts who are not actually psychopaths or sociopaths. What they are deviants who have taken that, their conscience has been suppressed because of the drugs that they're taking. And because of that, they are far more dangerous than even your average psychopath might be. Or your sociopath. Because your sociopath and your psychopath can understand not engaging in wanton, lethal behavior because they know they're either going to die or they're going to go to prison. Whereas somebody who's on drugs, they don't have that inhibition to not engage in that behavior. And so they're just a lot more fucking reckless. And the problem is that while obviously every person wants the person addicted to drugs to get clean and, what would be the phrase? Turn their life around. Everyone wants the drug addict to get clean like it is with the gambler or the drunk or whoever fucking else. Everyone wants everybody to get their life together and, become a born-again Christian or what the fuck ever. Everybody wants the best of fucking everybody, but the fact is that until such a time that person has basically cleaned themselves up and has basically fundamentally changed every aspect of themselves to not be a fucking degenerate anymore, they're fucking dangerous. And it's just one of those things that I'm one of 5 people in this fucking world, or let's limit it to this country. I'm one of 5 people in the United States of America that understand that the first impetus that you should have towards the homeless and towards drug addicts is not just blind, open-hearted fucking, or bleeding heart compassion. You know, I'm trying to say, like, you're exposing your bosom, you're exposing your breast so that they can stab a fucking knife into it. Because that is my perspective. That anytime you basically open your heart to, like, a drug addict or a deviant or a fucking homeless person, you're basically just allowing them the chance to fucking stab you in the chest. And there's examples of that, of the fucking, when they're trying to get fucking, social workers to do the job of police, they were dying. I saw multiple fucking news stories of social workers that are brought out to try to talk down fucking crazy drug addicts and shit, people having mental episodes, and they got murdered. And I said, I debated it with my parents. My parents were like, oh, this is so wrong. And I said, well, you people are in the position where you think the police should just stand down. I'm in the position of sending more social workers so that all the people who vote for this policy are dead. They die at the hands of the people that they are, you know, they have a bleeding heart to. And then finally, this country can figure its shit out. You know, that's what the left are trying to do with us. They're trying to get us murdered by federal law enforcement and a variety of other people. You know, my position is more social workers should be going out there. The police can step back, put social workers out there. And my position was, and I said this on stream, and I said this to my parents, because they're blue-pilled as shit, and they fundamentally don't understand anything. I said that we should have, because of just how many social workers are left-wing in this country, we should have a conscription, like mandatory service. It's basically like you can't turn away the draft, or you can't turn away... it's part of like the selective service process. You can't turn it down. You're forced to sign up to it, and once you do, that's it. You are conscripted. We should have that with social workers, where first on the scene is not a cop, it is a social worker. When you have somebody with a gun, with a knife, and they're flipping out, they're high on drugs, send a fucking social worker. And the minute they get murdered, then you take that guy down with the police. Do it until we run out of fucking social workers. That's going to be whatever it is, 2 million less fucking blue voters. And then maybe we can have a better country. And I'm barely joking with that. I'm not even really joking with that. Like, if I was any kind of legislator and that bill came before me, whereas like we're going to make it mandatory that anyone who's like, you're going to have a license to be a social worker. So we're going to have a licensing process. And we're basically going to, if there's a 911 call that there's somebody on drugs, flipping out, there's a homeless person on the street waving around a knife, first person on scene is a social worker. First contact with a person is a social worker. And if that homeless person kills somebody, or harms somebody, or does somebody, the social worker, if they fail to intervene, they're now stuck with a charge. They're negligent in their duty. They're what's the word? Starts with a D. Shout it out, chat. What's the word I'm looking for? It's another way of saying dereliction of duty. They're in dereliction of duty. They're derelict in their duty of stopping that crime, and now they're guilty of a crime. That's another thing I tack on. So, first contact with somebody who's on drugs, wigging out, homeless person is a social worker. If they fail to prevent that person from doing any additional crimes, that social worker is now guilty of a crime. That would be what I would do. Because, like I said, you know, all we got to do is basically get social workers either off the streets, get them catch them with a felony so that now they can't vote anymore, and whatever else, you know. We got to start coming up with some 4D fucking policy like that to start, sticking some more felony charges on our opposition so that they can either be given a one-way trip back to Liberia or they're no longer able to vote because they're a felon. Anyways, where was I? I don't know. Maybe that was a hot take on drug addicts and homeless people. Like I said, it's me and 5 people, so maybe everyone in the chat is like, no, Louis, don't say that. The homeless and people that are out of their minds and drugs are just like us. Because that's, as far as I can tell, that's the majority position. Right wing, left wing, that's the majority position for both those groups. Oh my god. Where the hell was I? Bob says, I don't live in the United States, I live in the UK. Godspeed. I feel like I live in a dystopia, you do. I wish I had your constitution. What does it matter at this point? It doesn't really mean much now. Sargon says he is a free speech extremist, yet he tells his workers not to say retarded. Well, that's because he's trying to keep his platform. So I understand with what you're saying with that, but you have to understand that Sargon spent a fuckload of money to get that whole operation going. I was shocked. And the thing is, too, is that he is withheld in multiple ways from actually fully monetizing his company. He has chosen not to do certain things just based on the idea that he has enough money, but he's also trying to keep himself on several different platforms, and he's close to being taken off of YouTube once again. Unfortunately, Sargon is a good guy that's trying to keep his workers employed, but he is handicapping himself in multiple ways where he needn't. And unfortunately, it's just a matter of I've given him advice in the past. He's listened to just about none of it, so I don't really give any advice anymore. But I would say that he has a reason for what he's doing. But I agree. I agree with you that there is a level of hypocrisy there, but it's a kind of hypocrisy where he's trying to keep the people he employs employed, and he employs several people at this point. He's trying to keep them employed, but there's ways like Crowder is a lot more crafty in that. Crowder is a lot more crafty in making money and saying whatever the fuck he wants. And I've seen people dump on him recently, but I still say that Crowder, outside of a few slips recently, he's been a lot more outspoken, and he's been generally headed in a good direction. And what you want to be is outspoken as you possibly can be. And I would say with Sargon that he would be better off being that way, and admittedly he can't. But the thing is that he has two things going against him. It's that he's trying to run a company, he employs several people, and the fact that you don't live in a free society. So, I don't know. What can I say? To live in the UK is to be a hypocrite. Put it like that. Thank you for the super chat, Glow in the Dark. I am not clicking that link. Send it to me on Twitter, Glow in the Dark. If you can, Discord, Twitter, something, email, whatever. Send me that link, but I'm not going to click it here, bro. Appreciate the super chat nonetheless. Jared says, a Louis rant is worth every penny. Do you think that the recent tendency of liberal societies to descend into lawlessness is a result of demographic changes, hyphenated Americans, elite, malfeasance, incompetence, or is it just the inherent? Is it just inherent in the concept of tolerance? Well, that is a kind of a big question there, Jared. But I would say that it is the combination of revolutionary ideology that is emanating from universities and the cynicism of the elite. Like that is the combination. It's the useful fucking idiots that are just useful drones that have come out of college, and it is the elite who are puppeting them. And it's pretty clear, especially after 2020, that these people are in large part being puppeted. These people are being puppeted. And basically it's not as complex as you're making it. You can make it a very complex equation, but I don't think that you need to. I think that if you basically kneecapped the NGOs, you kneecapped the academia, and you started going after the media in a way that most people are not comfortable with, a lot of this would dissipate very quickly. A lot of what we see now would dissipate if you really went after those that you need to. Because the fact is that, in large part, all of these organizations are tolerated all throughout the mainstream. And it's, the mainstream are all on one side. Are they really on the side of, overthrow the system? Well, they do want to overthrow the system, but they want to overthrow it in their favor. They want to fortify every election. If they could, we wouldn't live in a democracy. They say, they bleat on and on and on about democracy, but they don't believe in it. They want an oligarchy. And they're using all these fucking retards out of college to enact it. And the corporations, they know the deal too. All the big corporations know the deal. It isn't just, woke people entering the corporations, whatever. It's a lot more simple than that. And it's people realizing that they have to pick a side and they don't think the nationalists can win. Sean says, I always liked you, Mr. Louis. I work for a big oil company and was forced into my first diversity meeting the other day where a woman told all white men about the black experience team, the Asian team, the Latino team. Guess what team was left out? KMS, which I'm not going to say. I think I know what that means, but I'm not going to say it. Well, that's what happens when you're a corpo. Sorry, Sean. Thank you for the chat, but that's pretty much what you get for working for, as a corpo. That's kind of what you get. But yeah, my advice for you is to get the most amount of money for the least amount of work. Anonymous says for 655. I think you might be a point off there. I think it's 654. I'm not sure. I need to look at the latest numbers. Is that a ratio or just a quarter marathon? I'm not sure what that means. That joke might be over my head. But thank you. I'm going to say in the chat real quick, give this video a likes up. If you haven't already, hit that fucking like button. Smash that fucking like button as I slam my fucking desk. Hit that fucking like button right fucking now. Decent number listening. Hit that like button. Cowboy Curtis says, mob rule won over justice today. Chauvin was guilty of manslaughter at most. I don't even agree with that. I hope this shit gets mistrialed. Buy a gun, Louis. Also, on constitutional carry, Iowa just passed it. Takes effect in July. It might be Iowa that I was thinking of. I'm not sure. I haven't really been paying much attention to it because it's not New York and it doesn't really, what does it matter? It's not, that's easy. Okay, it's easy piecemeal shit for fucking Republicans. I know that people want it and people are, care about it and that, and it does have a real effect. But I'd rather see every single state with any kind of Republican base pass anti-fortification laws right fucking now. ASAP. Fuck all this conceal carry fucking whatever the other shit. That's gonna matter. It's gonna matter. I mean, it's like anything else. You need to pass laws to make sure laws are actually enforced. Because if you can pass all the fucking conceal carry laws you want to, they can just not enforce them. They can just pretend otherwise. And then the Supreme Court doesn't do anything, doesn't intervene, just kicks it down to the federal court that says you have no rights. So it does. I don't really care. I really don't care about, concealed carry in my state. It's like, what we really need are anti-fortification laws. That is priority fucking number one for 2022 and for especially 2024. Anti-fortification laws. That's what fucking matters. Fuck everything else. Glow in the Dark says, Link is Chauvinger. He was fucked from the beginning. Also, fuck addicts. They are a drain on society. And it's a link on Discord. Not going to click that link. Sorry there, Glow in the Dark. But I appreciate, again, the super chat. Troy says, what is the core difference between left-wing and right-wing thought? Is it just progressive values versus traditional values? It's... Oh, here's a good summation of left-wing and right-wing thought in 2021. Are you ready for it? But okay, before I say pound that like button, pound it right now if you haven't already. Here is Louis Le Vau's big brain summation of the difference between right-wing and left-wing thought in 2021. Ready? The right wing says property rights matter. The left wing says our rights matter. That's the difference. That is the difference in terms of thought between the right and the left. And I need say no more than that. Is it just, I consider anarchists, both ANCOMs and ANCAPs, as radical left-wingers due to how they conflict with basic American values. Yeah, I agree with that sentiment as well. I don't really think that... Yeah, I've said this to anarchists a long time ago. Back when, like, the anarcho-capitalists were basically destroying the libertarian movement. So a few years ago. I basically said in response to several different anarcho-capitalists that I was debating that the founders had the opportunity to have a stateless society, and they chose to have a state. That you can claim whatever you want to, but you can't claim to basically uphold the ideals of the founding fathers. The founding fathers had the opportunity to have a stateless society, and they didn't. You know, and it's as simple as that. So, I see a lot of... I saw libertarians and anarcho-capitalists as simply pretending to be patriotic. I don't really think they are. I don't really think they believe in America. I don't really think... I think that the honest ones see America as the state. They don't really view America in a way where you don't have a state. There is no America once you remove the state. And so because I don't really think there's nothing stopping especially the anarcho-capitalists from going beyond just the state. You get rid of the state, well, now society is oppressing you. Now society is oppressive. Now society is abusing the non-aggression principle. Well, now that's got to go. Anarcho-capitalism is a utopian and incoherent worldview, and I find that unless libertarians can create some kind of hard boundary on their own belief set, they have to concede the existence of a state that ultimately it's basically impossible for them to actually be, in my view, nationalistic. It's not really possible for them. It's just a lot of blowing smoke, in my view. Some people are going to take offense to that, and I don't really care. You know, go back to what I was saying like 3 years ago. I haven't changed my opinion. And yes, somebody said it in the chat. Aberdon in the chat said anarchism is communism, and yes, it is. I agree. That is my position. Anarchism is just it's communism, and it is basically just the model by which that you enact unbelievable tyranny, trying to create your stupid fucking utopian vision, in which it lasts for all of 1 second before a tyrant comes to power. And now you have a state again. This is like a fucking 3-year-old argument that I had, and no one had any kind of response to. It was just utopian bullshit. You know, oh, you're a statist, fuck you. That kind of shit. Yeah, yes, anarchism is communism. Yes, it is. Somebody in the chat saying it's not. Yes, it is. It's simply the difference between a left-wing commune and a right-wing commune. It absolutely is communism. You could say, oh, it's not, like, you're going to say, oh, well, you're talking about, like, the Soviet Union. Oh, you're talking about Stalinism. Oh, you're talking about Leninism. You're talking about, it's like, no. You are literally advocating the creation of a right-wing commune. That is what you are fucking advocating. It's an old argument. Your movement is dead. Shut up. It really is a moot argument at this point. It really is. Your movement is dead. I didn't do it. Even the left didn't do it. You killed your own fucking movement. Shut up. Where was I in the super chats? Let's see here. Glow in the Dark says, drug addiction isn't a victimless crime. They take up resources to keep them alive. I agree with that. Or to stop their crazed attacks, yes. They shit on streets and steal what they need to... Oh, okay, sorry. I'm misreading this because of this format. They steal shit on streets. They shit on streets. Sorry, this is all messed up because of fucking Streamlabs. They shit on the streets and they steal, and they need to be rounded up and sent to a work camp. I don't know. I don't really know what the solution is. Just warehouse them. That's my position. Warehouse them away from the rest of us. That's my position on the homeless and drug addicts. Just put them in a warehouse somewhere away from me. Cowboy says for 654. Also, I'm about to be the elusive right-wing social worker. Stay strapped or get clapped. You're like the only one I've ever heard of. Every single person that I knew that was going for any kind of sociology degree was left-wing when I was in college. Anyone who wasn't law or a handful of other things, who was like in a sociology major, they were all left-wing. Apparently people are angry in the chat, but no, it's just I don't know what to tell you. You can say whatever you want to, but I am in fact correct. You can try to come a little, excuse me, Louis, but I have this definitionally, Louis. It's like, no, I'm using the word correctly. You want to create a right-wing commune. You are a communist. You are trying to create a stateless society. You're trying to live in a fucking fantasy commune. I am not wrong. You are ultimately two sides of the same fucking coin. The difference is everything should be fucking free versus somehow we're going to have property rights without a state. It's retarded, and your movement killed itself. Please shut up. I'm not saying go away, but I am saying shut up. Fuzzy says, here's a dirty thought. How about paying back tuition plus $30K to anybody who enters the social worker brigade? No guns though. That's actually, well, that's kind of a carrot. I'm all about the stick. Maybe that's a compromise. Me and Fuzzy, as legislators, this is going to be, or legislators, rather, this is the compromise we're going to come to, is paying back student debt on his end and mandatory service on my end. This is the compromise. It's mandatory, but you at least get money, on your student loans or whatever. And yes, I agree with no guns. I agree. The Gettr says, I'm sorry to miss this as much. I must watch math lectures, but I foresee a convergence of factors virtually ending policing, I believe you mean to say. Number one, fit Chad cops leaving and being replaced with tubby manlets. Number two, police hesitating to use force. 3, regulations making the job impossible. Well, number 3 is definitely happening. Number 3 is definitely happening. As far as 1 and 2 go, I can't really say. I mean, maybe at some point we can have the same police forces in the UK, where it basically is every cop is a fucking leftist, like, stooge. But, so I can't speak to 1 or 2. But number 3 is definitely happening. But thank you for the chat there, Geth, and enjoy your math. Glow in the Dark says, look up Key and Peele, drop the gun. That's what the left wants. Can you tell I'm pissed about this case? I am not familiar with that sketch. Key and Peele, drop the gun. Put this on screen. I honestly, I might have already seen this because I've watched a bunch of their sketches, but I just don't remember anything. It's been a while. Let me turn this up. We'll play it.
Freeze! Police! Hands up.
Turn around slowly.
Okay, buddy. Do not move a muscle.
Up, up.
Get your hands back up.
No, raise them. Up.
Hands up, now!
No, no, stop. I said no moving.
Put your foot down. That's good. Now, easy does it. No, don't pick your other foot up. Put that down. Put your foot down.
Put your foot down.
There we go. No, do not pick the other one up. Put that one down. Put your foot down. No, not put them both down at the same. Okay, now you're just walking.
Stop walking. Now. No walking. I want you to stop walking right now.
Do not get near that car.
Wait, get away from it. No.
Don't go near that car. Don't open that door. Do not open that door.
Don't open it.
Do not open the car door. Don't you open that door. Don't. Do not get in that car. Freeze. Your butt better not hit that seat. Okay, stay. Get out of there. Get out of the car right now. No, you don't. Don't you dare reach for that glove compartment.
Don't reach for that glove compartment. Get away from the glove compartment. Get your hand away from the glove compartment. Don't you open it.
Do not grab that gun. Whatever you do, you better not grab that gun. You better not grab that gun. Do not pull that gun on me. Put that down.
Don't you pull that gun on me.
No, hey, put that down. Don't do it.
Damn it. God damn it.
Okay, so now I get the reference. Yeah, it is pretty much what a decent chunk of our society does want. Oh, I left that link open. Hopefully that didn't have my screen suffering. The America libertarians want. Yeah. I don't even disagree with that. Everyone's dunking on libertarians tonight. Yeah, what can I say other than, yeah, I agree. But yeah, thanks for the reference there, Glow in the Dark. Turtle H2O says, yo, is there a public Discord you're a part of? If so, where can I find a link? The only Discord that I'm on is Sargon's. I've said this a million fucking times. I do not have a Discord. I'm not planning on having one. Don't want one because I don't want people trying to get me banned from shit and freaking trying to send shit to the FBI and all the dumb shit that's happened on Discord. I'm on Sargon's Discord, and I barely do anything on there, and I'm not really interested in doing much on there. So that's it. I'm not getting my own because every person who I have seen have a Discord has had unbelievable repercussions happen to them. So no, not interested. Jared says, for $10, how do we create better elites? Can we? I would say that it starts by reforming academia, maybe. I'm not really sure. It's pretty much the problem with the elites is that they're in large part internationalists. Like, they've bought into it, and a lot of them are just ready to, like, pull the ripcord. Like, if our country falls the fuck apart, and I've said this before, and I would say that this is kind of a good argument from my perspective. I find this to be a convincing argument that a lot of people don't make, that to our elite, to our internationalists, if this country falls apart, the nationalists are going to stay, and the internationalists are going to pull the ripcord on their golden parachute and leave this country. If this country ever falls apart, the rich are going to leave. They're going to go to another country. It's only the nationalists who are going to stay in this country. So, in my view, I find that to be an effective, at least from my perspective, a persuasive argument against the internationalist elite, is that they don't care about this country. They're abusing this country as though it's their own, like, petri dish to perform experiments on. Like, every American is a lab rat. They fundamentally don't care about this society. They don't care about our country. They have no allegiance to it at all. And if it ever falls the fuck apart, they're going to pull the ripcord on their golden parachute and fly away somewhere else in the world. It's so evidently true. And it's why you don't have to acknowledge any of their arguments. You don't have to acknowledge them. You can dismiss them. It's because they're rich enough to leave. We're all poor enough in that we can only stay. We can only stay here. But they, if anything ever goes wrong, they're just going to leave and go somewhere else. And that is a fact. In terms of how to get better ones, it's just, all I have is change the colleges. That's all I got, really. It's my only solution. Cowboy says, I actually majored in psychology. Social worker jobs just pay decent, and my degree is close enough. Well, good luck. Roe says, the last remnant of librarians, or I think you mean libertarians, except for you spelled it wrong, are huddled around the Mises Institute trying to keep the fire going. A sad state of affairs. The movement we let the leftists in. Man, you wish you'd taken a little bit more time here. It's kind of hard. I believe you're trying to say that you let leftists into the movement and then you were fucked. Thank you for the super chat, nonetheless, and I agree. It's not the only reason. You got bad ideas. Libertarians got some bad ideas, and I would say that the group most responsible for the state of libertarianism in the United States are the anarcho-capitalists. You let the anarcho-capitalists run roughshod over you guys. You got run the fuck over because they're a more ideologically pure version of you, and you just didn't have any arguments with them. You just fell down, and they fucking ran over you, and they destroyed your movement. If anyone's most responsible for the state of libertarianism, it's probably, in one case, libertarians, but also the anarcho-capitalists. They fucking ran you over. But thank you for the chat. The Get says, I can't believe Corpse still bow for BLM as their stores get looted. They don't care. They're not paying. It's not their money they're losing. Shareholders' money they're losing. They don't care. To lose sight of... that's another one. Sorry, I'm getting mixed up. It just shows how crony capitalist this country is. If stealing shit is just permitted, why shouldn't I jog for some TVs to pay my bills to? Well, Gettr, you're probably white, and you'll go to prison. There's your answer. Bob says, a man cannot discover new oceans unless he has the courage to lose sight of the shore. The counterfeiters, let's bring culture to the stream other than boons. Men cannot discover new oceans unless he has the courage to lose sight of the shore. Well, that is kind of a truism as a statement, but sure, thank you for the big super chat in that. Action Bastard says, how likely do you think mercenary companies like Blackwater will become popular enough as a law enforcement alternative? I will answer your 654 super chat, I guess, donation, with a question. I'll answer you with another question. How long before Blackwater has their own Gay Pride Parade and Black Lives Matter event or fundraiser? That's what I will respond with that question. That's my question to you. Because if Lockheed Martin and all these Raytheon and Boeing and all these other fucking major defense contractors can sponsor BLM, can have take part in all these different gay pride parades and all this shit, sponsor diversity inclusion events and projects and all this shit, I'm not sure if I really have much hope for Blackwater. But thanks anyways. No, Blackwater still exists. They do still exist. Person in the chat says they don't. Yes, they do. Alright, looks like that's it for the super chats. I'll go on Twitter, see if anything else is going on. See what else is going on. Matt Walsh says, an officer shot a black girl in order to stop her from stabbing another black girl, and somehow this is an example of racism on the part of the officer, we're told. This is the level of bullshit we get from BLM. I will retweet that. Apparently there's body cam of the girl charging the other girl with a fucking knife in her hand. Oh, here's Ian. Apparently he's got some body cam. Oh, hold on. With body cam, you gotta be fucking careful. It's either quiet as shit or it's fucking loud. Oh man. Well, I mean, I just love. There's nothing you can do right. There's literally nothing you can do right. There's no way to do right in this scenario. Like, either the cop allows the other girl to be stabbed or he shoots her. Like, I mean, I saw some guy who is a self-avowed white nationalist say that and even, you know what's hilarious? My mother and some white nationalist rando that I'm aware of from, like, I think Twitter or YouTube, they both hold the same opinion, that cops shouldn't police black people. Like basically, if there's the black area, cops shouldn't go in there. They should just let the blacks police themselves. So I never said that to my mom, but I should at some point. I should tell her that she has the opinion of a white nationalist I know from online, that police, or that blacks should not be policed. They should just be allowed to police themselves. The Gettr says, after living in Baltimore City for a bit, I'd be just fine going full Watch Dogs Legion if I see someone else shit on the street. I'm not sure what you mean by that reference. I've played Watch Dogs Legion. I'm not sure. I don't get the reference. Also, Blackwater is now called Academy. Yes, it is. I'm surprised they've stuck with the name as long as they have. Hunter Count says, when will we take power? When we take power, being a leftist becomes illegal. Will we give them a fair trial? I mean, I get that that's a meme, but that's a very simplified way of explaining what the thing we should do is. But sure, everyone deserves a fair trial. If they're guilty, they're guilty. People in the chat are like based. No, it's just that my mother does not have very well thought out opinions on politics. Sean says in response to me calling him a corpo, I'm not a corpo, damn it. I work in the lab. It sounds like what a corpo would do. How do you feel about productive people purposely stopping their work and not sustaining the half of the population that's unproductive in an Atlas Shrugged kind of way to accelerate the process of the downfall? Nah, I don't think that'd work. You would just see the left take advantage and nationalize shit. I don't think that would work. I would just think that they would just take control of government and things would become more totalitarian. The only thing the only scenario in which we could actually fix this from that kind of like accelerationist perspective, Sean, and yes, you are, Corporal, but I appreciate oil and plastics and all that while it's still legal. The acceleration is that simple and easy is the police go on strike. I don't even know why they haven't. Like, there was the one threat, I think, from like last summer, and that was it. It was like one police, was it like the NYPD and like one other police group that were threatening going on strike. It was like 2 in the whole country despite everything that was going on, and it's like, it's the easy solution to so much of this. It's basically, you have the police go on strike, and one of the things that, like I said, we need to do is need to get control of the police. We need to get control of the unions. We need to get control. And let the police go on strike. Let people be robbed. Let people be raped. Let people be killed. And have that happen for as long as is necessary for people to stop complaining. You know, you sympathize with criminals. Okay, let's see how far that sympathy goes. If you're the one being robbed, if you're the one being raped, if you're the one being murdered, let's see how compassionate you truly are. I think that the police should start having strikes across the country. That's my view. Like, it's not even like accelerationism. It's just like, I'm trying to force this retarded country, this retarded society, to collectively put its hand on the stove. That's what I'm trying to force upon our society. I want our society to put its hand collectively on the stove all at once, and for it to learn and also cull the herd. Those two things. It's not really accelerationism. It's just kind of like you deserve what you get. You know, you get what you deserve. That kind of scenario. And police going on strike, I think, will have that solution. There's a big solution, a big white pill in the police going on strike, because then we cull the herd. So yeah. Let's see here. Where was I? Evangelist says, if Dev/Lilith are inching towards the far left, who's left on the left that's actually sane? Concurrently, do you think all of this listening to Destiny shit is hurting them? Sorry, this will be my only tithing for tonight, and it's $6.50. Well, thank you, Evangelist. I don't know if any of them listen to Destiny. So I'm not really sure. In terms of who's left on the left that's actually sane, I guess Tim Pool. I guess he's it. But thank you for the super chat there, Evangelist. Do you people in the chat agree or disagree about my position on police striking. I'll put it to the chat. I'm looking at the chat right now. Hey, chat, press 1 if you agree that police should strike across the country and we should call the herd, or press 2 if you disagree. And I'm not saying this in just the way of, like, you have to agree. You might have a better idea. So press 1 if you agree, press 2 if you disagree. 1 if we should have police strike and call the herd, or 2 if you generally disagree because you have a better idea, or you just generally disagree, whatever. Let's see. I'm seeing a lot of 1s. Any... Sean in the chat says he's not a corpo. Let's put a 1 in the chat if you think Sean is a corpo. Works for a massive oil company. He's a lab technician. He just went to a diversity seminar and accepted all the shit that was thrown in his face without a single second. He never said a word and took it and ingested it without a second thought. Works for a major oil company in the lab. Press 1 in the chat if you think he is a corpo. Sean says 2. Sean is the one motherfucker saying 2. He's the only one saying no. No, I'm not. Everyone's saying yes. Oh, that's hilarious. Sean is sus. Oh, that's funny. Oh, that's funny. Big corpo. Sus as fuck. Oh, big corpo energy. Oh, man, that's funny. That is funny. Oh, man. Like I said, just make as much money for the least amount of work. That's my view. F for Sean. Oh, that's hilarious. Anyways, I was going to go on Twitter. Hold on, let me go on Twitter. I'll put up a new image. We're in the second hour, right? I'll put up a new image. What do we got? I got a few too many fucking images that are not fit for YouTube. I don't know. This one's pretty innocent. Let's see here. Here, let's do this one. And that one's... I need a wide one. I need a wide shot. A lot of these are top down. I don't need that one. I don't need that one. Ooh, that one is definitely not YouTube friendly. Oh, what's this one? I don't know why I say this. Some black guy beating the shit out of the Asian. It's nothing new. That one's probably not safe. One of these have to be okay for YouTube. One of them. No, that one's not good. Damn it. Let's see. Is there any? Can I find one? Can I find one? I think I've already shown this one. Here, I'll do this one. I don't remember if I've actually used this one before or not, because it's from February, so I might. The first reply, Yuri's the best thing. All right, there we go. Actually, you know what? Usually, I try to make it theme-based, so let's get that off screen. Let's actually get one that's not Yuri to stay consistent. That one's kind of crap. Oh, actually, have I... I'm not sure if I've used this one before. This one's not bad. I don't know if I have used this one before. The one underneath that I have, though. Okay. Have I used this one? I don't recall. I have? Alright, well, I guess I'll find a new one then. God damn it. Sorry for the dead air. Oh, man. I guess I'll just scroll up and I'll use one that's fucking not the correct format, but who gives a shit. Here, let's use this one. I was going to use this one in the first place. Whatever. There we go. Done. Use this one instead. It's not the right kind of format, so that kind of screws this up, but unfortunately I can't really find one. Here, I'll use this one instead. Oh, actually, no, this one's Yuri, so I don't want to use that one. I'm trying to keep it theme-based. Man, I just don't have a lot of images to use that are not going to get me fucked up on YouTube. In any case, so we can actually move on now. Let's see here. I think I had a couple super chats I missed. Hang on. Yes, I did. Melisma says, it's one thing to primary rhinos, Louis, but how do we get the rhino base on board with the candidate we support? They seem to be predisposed to the left's worldview. I don't think so. I have very rarely met fucking Republicans, your average Republican that is sympathetic towards left-wing causes. It really is like sort of stupid middle-class Republicans, but I don't really think that is that big of a percentage of the party. Like, it seems to be like cosmopolitan Republicans are the ones that we have to be worried about, but they don't really make up the base of the Republican Party. That's just simply not my experience. Bob says, the infernal thing has me bound to him, binds me with a cable I have no knife to cut. What's your uncuttable cable that binds you, Louis, is in politics or society? I guess nationalism. I'm not sure if I really understand the metaphor, but that is what I would say. It's connection to the actual country. More so than just I'm on the land. It's ownership of it. It's my country. The guest says, can we talk about how the left's pro-crime stance inevitably blows back on feminist women? Look at Jacob Blake's crime. When the police strike happens, it won't be us getting robbed and raped, will it? It won't be us, you and I. No, it won't be. It'll be all the fucking retards who simp for the criminals. They'll be the ones getting robbed or raped. And raped. Robbed and or raped. And yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's basically like the people who are simping right now are the most vulnerable. The people who feel the most sympathy towards the criminals are the most vulnerable. You know, I'm I'm already like planning out. Like I've had people make recommendations to me. I'm very likely going to buy either a shotgun or a rifle in the near future. People are making fun of me that I'm gonna have to buy ammo. Okay, whatever. You guys have already given me plenty of money. I think I'll be good there. It's your money. I thank you all for your generosity, but it's not going to be my money I'm spending. I'm spending your money on ammunition. But yeah, I'm going to be buying a rifle, and it's just a matter of, like, I already see, like, if the joggers show up, like, I'm loaded. I'm locked and loaded. Like, I'm also probably going to buy another concealed pistol and ammunition for that, and probably some kind of holster where I can have more than one magazine. So I'm going to be locked and loaded. I know how to shoot a gun. I'm good. I'm not sure if I know how to shoot a rifle. There's a different question there, because it's been a very long time since I've shot anything other than a pistol. But I'll find a range in my area and go down, shoot some shit, and we'll find out. And then it's just a matter of, like, you have a police strike. I'll be fine. I'll go out. I'll buy some canned goods. I'll hide out in my house for a few days playing some games or something. And if anyone comes over to, my house, I'm just going to say, well, stay off the property. And if you come on, then, you're going to find out. And they're going to say, well, you're going to go to jail for the rest of your life if you kill me, and I'm going to say subscribe to PewDiePie, stay off my fucking property, or you're going to find out. And if your family shows up, they're going to find out. And I don't really care. You don't really seem to understand who I am versus who you are, because I'll be the one who's alive, and I'll go to jail for 20 years and get out, and I'll be alive, and you'll be dead. So you gotta have that's the sort of thing. It's a difference between Greg Gutfeld and myself is having moral convictions and being devoid of any convictions. I don't really care. I don't have an extended family. I don't have some litany of friends that I'm gonna miss. I don't really care that much about, what I stand to lose in that scenario. There's not really that much. So the only thing there is really that I'm concerned about is my life. That is the thing that I could lose. And if the choice is between you coming in and think you're going to be walking away with my shit or taking my life, the answer is going to be no. It's going to be a hard no from me there, buddy. I stand a better chance in court if I kill you. That's the law. If I'm going to be out there with a gun, or if I'm willing to pull that trigger, the only way that this shit justice system's going to be on my side or slanted in my favor is if is in the case that I do pull that trigger. Then I have a chance. Maybe. But in that case, at least I've stopped the threat. Now you can't kill me, because you'll be dead. So that's pretty much my position on it, is that it really is basically calling the herd. I think people haven't really put much thought into this as much as I have in terms of the police striking. I've talked about this since last year, that the most vulnerable out there it's not people like you and I. Most people, there's a bunch of people that watch my channel that have their own fucking personal arsenal. They're like characters out of Far Cry 5. They have a bunker, they have arsenals, they have like goods and shit to last out like years and crap like that in case society fails or fucking whatever. You think all these fucking faggots that are out there on Twitter and on TV and all this have a stockpile? No, they don't. The only thing they have to fall back on are either their money to get the fuck out of Dodge or the police. And if you pull away the police and they don't have the money, they got fucking nothing. I have moral clarity and weapons. They have nothing. In the case that there's, a culling, from the perspective of the joggers, it's not what I'm saying. It's what's going to naturally happen if you get rid of the police. But, and the beauty of it is as well, is the most insufferable people out there tend to have money. And guess where the joggers are going to go if you get rid of the police? Here's a query. If you get rid of the police, where are the people that want to steal shit going to go? Well, where there's shit to steal. You know, if I put a sign in my yard that says, you know, I'm armed and I'm not, you know, you're going to be the one that dies, basically. Some kind of message like that, pithy or whatever I can come up with. If I put that lawn on my, you know, sign on my lawn, maybe there's a chance one of my neighbors complains to me that they don't like the sign, but there's a lot less likelihood that I'm going to die if the jogging happens. You know, some of my neighbors, I don't know, roll the dice. Some of the fucking, there's one of my neighbors, far end of my neighborhood has a gay pride flag in their lawn. And another one is some sort of fucking teacher who virtue signals on her property numerous times. And I have an immediate neighbor who's also a teacher who virtue signals on our property all the time. They're going to be the most weak, basically, the most vulnerable. If joggers come to the neighborhood, I'm fine. My parents are fine, despite their hypocrisy. We're good. My father owns like 4 rifles, so he's fine. He owns also hundreds of rounds of ammunition, but he's a hypocrite. He's fine. If the police are you know, go on strike. I will be fine once I go out and I need to buy some food. That's what I do. I bought some water. I got to get some more. But you know, if we're basically gonna have another summer of love, then I'm gonna have to go out and buy some shit. But I'll be fine. Because here's the question that I have for all of you listening to this right now. And this to me is an easy answer. There's no doubt in terms of there is a right or wrong way to view this. You're either right or you're wrong. Do you believe having a gun is more important than having moral clarity in terms of the use of it? Any person who's like probably like a serious gun enthusiast or like self-defense enthusiast, they know the answer to this question. This is a no duh to them. But what is more important? Is it having moral clarity in the use of a firearm, or is it having the firearm? What is more important? Anyone who's serious about guns in terms of like self-defense and all that, this is like duh, like you know the answer to this question. But this is the question that needs to be asked for a lot of people. You can have the gun, but are you willing to pull the trigger? And I trust me when I say that I answered this question for myself a long fucking time ago. I answered this question for myself a very long time ago. So yeah, just because you have a gun doesn't mean that you're not going to hesitate when you know the moment is right, you know, to not do that. When the time counts, I think there's going to be people who hesitate because they are afraid. They're basically afraid of like, no, you know, this is another human being. This is another person. This is another American. This guy could have been my best friend. You know, like they're going to have all these thoughts popping up into their head of why they shouldn't pull that trigger. And, well, there's going to be 2 thoughts popping into my head. It's going to be one before and then one after. And the thought before is the obvious, which is my life matters more than theirs. If the question is as it relates to my life or their life, my life matters more than theirs. That's moral clarity. And after, it's going to be, I call the herd, that's what I do. That's more of a joke. And you need to answer that question for yourself, basically. Like, are you basically someone that is going to hesitate because you're going to be wrapped up in, oh, it's another person, it's a fellow countryman, they could have been my neighbor, they could have been my friend, like, and there's a lot of that, and there is even a lot of that on the right. Maybe some of it's just virtue signaling for show or whatever, but it's basically, I guess it is a more materialist instinct than it is like a I don't want to say theistic, a spiritual dilemma. Okay, if you're a spiritualist, you have the dilemma of this is another soul, this is another person, this is a whatever. But if you are more materialist, it basically comes down to the brass tacks of, well, basic needs. I need food, I need shelter, I need, some luxury of, like, warmth and comfort of bathing and all this sort of thing. You have your basic needs, and the most basic need, the most basic necessity of all is self-preservation. And it's a question that you basically have to ask yourself and think about and then come to the conclusion about and mean it. And I would say that it doesn't answer the question of whether you feel guilt afterwards. That's a separate question. But it is the understanding of, are you willing to take a life in preservation of your own and not hesitate in the process? In that if, somebody pulls a knife, you're not debating what you should do. Somebody pulls a knife and they're heading towards you, you're pulling that pistol like a fucking cowboy out of the Old West, and you're fucking lighting them up. That sort of scenario. No hesitation. Something out of a movie. And I've seen people do that. I've seen people in, like, convenience stores over security cameras where they're in the store, some guy comes in with a gun, some guy comes in with a knife, and it's either a clerk or it's another person in the store, or, there's many scenarios like this, but I've seen this a bunch of times where somebody in the store sees somebody with a gun, the person turns, looks right at him, and the other, they're a customer, they pull their gun and just drop them. I have seen others, like, try to hold them at gunpoint. That's the wrong fucking move. Somebody comes in with a gun, they're holding up the store, you're behind them, or whatever, you pull your gun, you fucking fire. Because that's a good way to get shot, is to not shoot first. Are people understanding what I'm saying here? People in the chat are making memes. Am I losing people here? Are people failing to understand my point? Do you understand what I'm saying? Louis No Russian Le Vau. Are people just memeing it up? Or are you following me here? See, some Winter Phoenix in the chat. See, I've already given it away in a previous stream before, but I've said before, like, if somebody said to me, well, what if you were being robbed? And I've had this debate with a bunch of fucking people. A bunch of fucking people. People have debated me on this of, like, and it took me a little while to figure out what I would do. Because the answer would always be, like, the question is, somebody comes up to you, they say, give me your wallet, what do you do? Then it gets down to, if they have a gun, you give them the wallet. If they don't have a gun, you don't give them the wallet. But if they have a gun and you have a gun, you give them your wallet and you wait for them to turn their back, then you pull your gun and either yell at them to get them to turn, that way you have justifiable use of force, or you just plant them into the ground. It's up to you, really. It makes no difference to me. But I have it worked out what I would do in that scenario of somebody comes up, they got a gun, give me your wallet. Okay, here you go, here's my wallet. They turn, hey, pal, and boom! They're turned around, officer. There's nothing I could do. Members of the jury, there's nothing I could have done. They were turning around to kill me. I knew it. I knew it in my heart. They were turning around to kill me. I had no choice. I feel sorry for them. I feel sorry for their family, but I had no choice. They were going to murder me, I knew. Anyways, let's see. I think somebody else said something. Glow in the dark is back. Where was I? I think Sean has done another super chat. Oh no, hold on. I gotta figure out where we were. The guest said about the crimes. Cowboy Curtis says, he said to them, by now, if you have a purse, take it, and also a bag, and if you don't have a sword, sell your cloak and buy one. Luke 22:36. That means you, chat. Buy your sword while you still can. Gibbering retard. I always say gibbering. It's gibbering retard. 397, which I'm pretty sure is a 650 reference. You know, for as much as a third world warming to China hellhole as the Philippines are, at least they can say they have a president that personally killed drug dealers and gangsters in his downtime. A Vespa and Mac 10 can make the streets clean again. So I'll just let that stand and go. I can't really talk about China because I still have people accusing me of being sympathetic to China because they read a tweet that I said where it's like, yeah, well, China's serious. We aren't. And they're like, bro, are you being like, China's a good nation? Are you saying we should be genociding the Uyghurs? Like, I don't know why so many people had such a fucking retarded reaction to that tweet, but still to this day I have people responding to it. When it's like, yeah, you totally misunderstood the whole point of the tweet, and you're like attacking me. It's like, bro, are you saying like, oh, low base genociding the Uyghurs? Is that what you're saying? It's like, you people are fucking retarded. Like, even though I didn't say it earlier, kill yourselves. I'll say it now. Sean says with his Corpo cash, I got a lot of Corpo cash from Sean rolling in. If I admit I'm a Corpo, how can I sacrifice a good job when I do it so I can support a family? Bro, when you get a family, you're going to be a Corpo for life. I hope you understand that. It's hard out there, man. Anyway, this is the last of the tainted Corpo dollars for the night. Oh, it's too bad. Send in some more, Sean. People in the chat should bully Sean some more so he can send in some more Super Chat cash from that Corpo he works for. Hunter says, if police strike, then what stops feds from declaring martial law, sending authoritarian National Guard everywhere? Because the National Guard are fucking useless. They can go ahead and put out the National Guard. They're useless. They're not going to do shit. The weekend warriors are worthless. Trust me. So I know you're afraid of like Biden federalizing police. The National Guard are useless. Kiernath says for $13.50, how do we convince both sides are the same fucks to realize sitting in the middle is only delaying when they'll have a target painted on their back? I'm sort of beyond that. I mean, you're free to debate people like that. I'm kind of beyond that. I have evolved past debating retards who say both sides are the same because it is so demonstrably false that you have to be either an utter idiot or genuinely a malicious liar to believe it. You're either intentionally sticking your head in the sand and creating a false equivalence for the sake of trying to defend the indefensible, so you're a fucking knowing liar, or you are retarded. And in such a case, I have no interest in dealing with you. Just, my only position is, or my only response is, should we win, you're not having a seat at the table. Just keep that in mind. And when you complain about us, we're not listening to you, and be wary that we don't see you as our enemy. So, that's all I have to say about that. Should we win, beware. Because you doing this middle ground shit is only advancing our enemy's cause. So, just be prepared in case we win. Glow in the Dark says, we need to start a campaign to encourage cops to retire, quit, strike, whatever, to burn America. Can we make a charity or something? Just quit. Hashtag so that they get what they deserve. I mean, they're retiring and quitting without our help, Glow in the Dark. That's pretty clear. Striking is the thing that we might have to create a campaign for. But quitting and retiring, they don't need a campaign for that. They're doing that. The guest says, if I were in Kyle Rittenhouse style type scenario, rather, I would fight the cops too. I'm not going to jail because, whoa, we got some Fed posting here. I'm not going to jail because this country hates self-defense. They can work for that arrest. Well, I would say that I wouldn't fight the cops because I'd be afraid of getting shot. So if I were in a Kyle Rittenhouse scenario, I would not fight the cops. I would just make sure that I was safe. You know, I can't really begrudge Kyle Rittenhouse in terms of what he did when he had his hands up walking towards police. He was trying not to get shot, and that's pretty much what I would do too. So I wouldn't fight the police. I would be taken into custody and just, you know, it is what it is at that point. The only time I would probably resist police, and this is not me Fed posting, would be if I defended my own property and they were like, hold on, we got to come arrest you. Then I would basically barricade myself and say, no, I'm not giving up. That would be where I would resist, would be if I defend my property and the cops are like, well, excuse me, they're rioters. We need to get to this guy and arrest him. I would barricade myself in my house. That would be the situation where I wouldn't give up. Because, like, you know, in that case, they would have to earn it. Because I'm not... It seems as though that instantly giving up in that way doesn't help you. The Gettr says, I think a police strike would be a lot better for us than criminals. Yes, it would. For example, the only reason Antifa still exists is the cops protect them from us. Yes. When it's pissed off grillers with guns, the crime rate will go down permanently, if you understand me. Yes. Gettr gets it. Call the herd. You get it. Gettr gets it. You're right. Some guy says, I highly recommend Academic Agents Issues with Libertarians series. I have watched one of those. His tagline for the whole series is how libertarianism is the handmaiden of socialism. Yeah, I've listened to the first episode of that series, and it's... I would say that he's right in terms of some... Especially, like, the sort of, like, bourgeois libertarians, I would say he's right in terms of his arguments. But he could make the same argument for, like, compassionate conservatism. I don't know if it's unique to libertarianism. He makes it, like, very lofty and philosophical, but I don't know that it necessarily has to be. I think it has to do with the... I think you can make a series about how... Compassion is as much a vice as it is a virtue. That's what I would say. That it has more to do with compassion being a vice than it is to do with necessarily like libertarian in and of itself. It's basically allowing yourself to be open to an abuse of a better, like a more ideal society that you're trying to create. That you have these ideals in mind and you allow people to hijack them because you're too much of a fucking retard to stand in the way and say no, when that's all you need to do. All you need to do in that scenario, even if you are libertarian, is say no. And the problem is that libertarians, it's like, well, you know, you're violating my non-aggression principle. It's like, oh, okay, sorry, you can do whatever you want. It's like, you know, it's why I'm not a libertarian. It's just like a matter of, if you create an ideal system and the communists come in to try to subvert it, then it's like, okay, well, you crush the communists. And it's like, well, what about their rights? It's like, well, what rights? The rights that they're trying to get rid of, that they don't believe in? Those rights? Oh, well, I'm like them. I don't care. I care about them for you because you're not a communist, but for them, well, they're a communist. They don't care about rights. They're trying to take away all rights. They don't care about my rights. They don't care about yours. Why do you care about their rights? They don't care about rights. What's wrong with you? I just crushed them because they're communists and they're trying to destroy what we have. So, I agree in part with what his perspective is, but I think that you could expand it beyond that of just libertarians. Because he even makes a case about liberalism as well, if I'm not mistaken. And he's not wrong there either. So he could be right about conservatism, he can be right about libertarianism, he could be right about liberalism. And the issue is that when you're that right about all these different things, it's not really so much a problem with the philosophy as it is the problem with the people. That is basically the problem, is that luxury and a ridiculous sense of compassion creates this sort of symptom where people allow these things to occur, whereas I wouldn't. I don't know if that's just because that I come from a working class family or my disposition or whatever it would be, but the minute that I see somebody try to abuse something, you know, a system, an ideal, or whatever, then the answer is to just throw it back in their face and say no. It's not to allow them to get away with it. It's to throw it in their face and say, no, you're not doing that. Let's see here. The guest says, I'm fucking up this. He says, when there's no cops, do you really think I'm going to let someone run off with the stuff I labored for? How about going out with a decoy wallet to call Lurd faster? It's a good meme. But I agree with the first part of that statement. Glow in the Dark says, Louis wants a culling. The meme is true. Good times create weak men create bad times create strong men create good times. Sure. 12 Pool Groyer. I think white people in general think recording scenarios such as Ahmed Arbery or that army sergeant guy is a good idea to prove their innocence, but now it's getting to the point where you're caught on camera, you're going to smash that phone. I'm trying to get exactly what you're saying. I think white people in general think recording scenarios such as Ahmed Arbery or that army sergeant guy. Oh, that's the guy in the neighborhood. Okay, yeah, and now I know what you're talking about. Is going to prove their innocence, but now it's getting to the point where you're caught on camera, you're going to smash that phone. Well, I would say that's probably a smart maneuver, is that the right wing should not be, like, cameras on cops, yes, but in terms of us recording things, all it is basically us providing evidence for our own prosecution. That's what you're basically saying, and I agree with that. I agree that when basically we're recorded trying to do the right thing, it's just the police and the prosecutors are looking for any shred of evidence they can get from that footage of us doing something wrong so that we can be prosecuted. And honestly, I've talked about this before with a few people when I went to that event in Philadelphia that Antifa showed up to. I talked to a few people, including one guy on my way over, and I at least spoke to at least two people about this, about phones. If some person stuck a phone in your face, I said to them that, like, we're debating, like, whether you should take out your phone and record them. And at the time I was like, no, why would you do that? Like, what's the point? And I said, if somebody, and I still stand by this, and I debated a few people on this. If somebody came up to me and they stuck a phone in my face, it would depend on a few different factors. But chances are that I've seen this before in a few videos, just take their phone and throw it. Like, if there's a bunch of people filming you, if there's a news crew, if there's a cop, maybe then you don't do it. But if they're alone and they're sticking a phone in your face, and there's some random faggot leftist, just take that shit and woo! Just because there's people that have done that before, and they've never been charged with anything. I've seen that multiple times before, where a left-wing, a group of left-wingers were harassing some right-winger, and the right-winger just snatched one of their phones and just whipped it. And they never faced any charges. And I think it's because they didn't get the evidence. One, the Antifa didn't pursue charges, and two, there was no evidence because they chucked the phone. But yeah. So yeah, when it comes to the phone situation, I would say that the best thing that you can do is, especially if there's water around, don't take out your phone and film them like you're an NPC, normie. If they're near water or whatever, just try to knock their phone into the water. Just smack their phone and knock it into the water. Because then there is no footage. Now for sure there's no footage. Anyways, where was I? But yeah, good point there by 12 Pool. Dirk Clo says there are people like Big Al 2K6 and no, I'm not new to your channel who grifts people into the left and claim both sides bad while only shitting on the right. And yes, he made a shit response to your Red Dead Redemption video years ago. Well, how many subscribers does he have? If he has a big subscriber base, then I guess send me the link. If it's like 10 viewers or, whatever, I do not fucking give a shit. Are you talking about Chris? The only person that I'm aware of that did any kind of response to me ever that was any kind of big deal was Chris. Chris Raygun, and that was it. And I don't even know if if enough time has passed, maybe I do a response. But if I had to do the Chris Raygun situation all over again, I definitely wouldn't, because unfortunately, when you attract the attention of someone who's significantly larger than you, and their whole argument is, oh well, you're a lame fag. You're basically fucked. Like, there's nothing you can say. There's nothing you can do. You are fucked. And, unfortunately, that is just the circumstance of that particular case. It's happened one time or two times before that. One of those videos I've still yet to put up. Not for any particular reason outside of forgetfulness, but it's happened to my channel, I think, 3 times. Over in total. But yeah, that's the worst thing that can happen, is you do a video and someone significantly larger than you just makes a response where it's like, wow, look at this guy, he's a fag, look at this guy, what a retard, and that's it. And dude, it sucks. Like, I was getting my shit flagged for fucking months. It's not even a matter of people thumbing down your shit, people disagree, whatever. It's people stalking your channel and flagging your content for months. And yeah, it's one of the worst things that's happened to me on YouTube, was that. And it was for that fucking reason. I was getting my videos flagged down for just months. It sucked. But yeah, to Dirklo, whatever, if Big Al, whoever the fuck, if he's a big name YouTuber, then send me the link. If he's some nobody, I don't give a fuck. Because he'll be one of 100 fucking people that have done responses to me since I've been on this platform. Every single response video I've ever seen against me has been absolute fucking dog shit. It's why I've never done any kind of response video to a response video of mine. Chris has been the only one. I think. I'm pretty sure. And it's because every response video I've ever seen has been fucking shit. And I'm not just saying that, oh, they disagree with me. It's so fucking bad that what am I supposed to do a response to? So, yeah. If he's a bigger name, then let me know. If he's nobody, I don't give a shit. The Get says, that's the exact scenario I meant, Louis, with Kyle Rittenhouse. We can be fed posting bros tonight. Oh, well, thank you. Yeah. Somebody in the chat remembered correctly. One of the things that I got hit with the most, like the biggest criticism, when I did that response to Chris Raygun, the biggest thing that I got out of anybody, and even I had Mueller defend me for this. I had multiple people defend me for the response that I did. The biggest fucking thing that I got literally was long man bad. This video's too long. Wow, dude, this video's so fucking long. You must be retarded. This video's so long. Like, that was the biggest criticism I got when it came to doing that video on Chris Ray Gun was, this is too long. Obviously, you're wrong. That was the number one criticism I got, unironically. So yeah, thanks for jogging my memory as it relates to that. Let's see here. Oh shit, where was I? Chris says, speaking of compassion being a vice, I remember the times when you talked about BioShock / Andrew Ryan. Went on a bender reading everything about him. Love it so much. I know about Ayn Rand, but still, altruism is a mistake and a method to manipulate idiots. Oh, absolutely. I couldn't even believe Ken Levine did Sophia Lamb. I couldn't even believe he did that aspect of or I'm not even sure if he did that for BioShock 2. I'm not even sure that he created the character of Sophia Lamb, because that's all Sophia Lamb is. Sophia Lamb is basically, like, is somebody who I would hate. Like, an utterly power-mad, power-hungry, manipulative fucking piece of shit who uses compassion and altruism for the sake of her own power. And is an utterly, like, evil, manipulative person. If Ken Levine created that character, I'm shocked. Because Ken Levine is kind of a basic bitch leftist, honestly. BioShock 2 wasn't Ken Levine. Yeah, I knew it was another team, but I'm not sure if he had any part in it or not. Yeah, I still to this day cannot believe that that character was included in that game. Because if you go back and play BioShock 2, a lot of people shit on it, but I went back and played it like years after it came out. And outside of like really dated graphics, that's my only criticism, is that on PC, it looks really blurry. The graphics look really bad, and it's basically a console port to PC. It looks really bad. But outside of that, it really stood up in terms of the story. Sophia Lamb is easily one of the most evil characters in the whole franchise. Like, I know Ken Levine kind of jumped the shark in fucking Infinite for a variety of reasons, but Sophia Lamb is one of the most evil characters of the whole fucking game series. And Andrew Ryan is one of the, Andrew Ryan is one of the heroes. That's all I'm going to say. He fucked up overall, but he's still one of the heroes of the story. So there you go. There, ANCOMs and libertarians in the chat are all pissy. Andrew Ryan is the hero of the story. If I had to choose a team, I would be 100% Team Ryan. I'd be out on the streets cutting down fucking parasites in the name of Andrew Ryan. It's his fucking city. It's his vision. It's his city. It's who it belongs to. It's unfortunately, as it relates to the realistic and to political realism, Andrew Ryan learned a little bit too late. Let's see here. Oh, shit here. Where was I? Geth says, don't stop with the phone. Oh, shit. No, disavow, Geth. Disavow. Givering Retard says, wonder why the boomers are soft as cheese in comparison to everything before. As a professional retard, I think it's the boomers hearing their lost generation grandparents describe how their world imploded in spite of being committed to society. I'm not sure if I follow that. The guest says, it's fun being really big white guy who's willing to fight and watching black people be disarmed when they try to threaten you. They really aren't used to white suburbanites who are willing to meet fire with fire. Well, good luck there. I wouldn't push it, because you're going to go to fucking prison, bro, and then be murdered. 12 Pool says, sorry, was running out of space, but yeah, you get my point. And it's 12 Pool Groiper. Oh, okay. That's what I thought. I was like, 12 Pool Groper. I was like, what? Like, I figured it would be Groiper, but yeah. Misspell. Have some money for ammunition. Well, thank you there, 12 Pool Groiper. Longsword of Smithing says, I work in retail management in a major city mall. I am also a gun enthusiast, so you're not wrong, lol. We have had multiple gun and active shooter scenes plus BLM riots, so you can put 2 and 2 together. And well, good fucking luck. Don't die in the name of your job, that's all I'm going to say. Because all those stores that are in that mall and the mall itself, they don't give a fuck about you, bro. So do your job, but if it ever gets bad enough, dude, just go. Just leave. That's my advice. Don't die for that fucking place. I never would. And you'd be a fool, too. Anyways, let's see. Is there anything else going on Twitter? What's going on Twitter? How the fuck is... Okay, it's a fake poll. The Columbia Bugle is tweeting out a political poll, and it's 2024 National Republican primary. It is Trump at 44%, and then DeSantis 9%, no surprise. Nikki Haley at 9%. It's like, yeah, fucking right. Please. Yeah, fucking right, Nikki Haley. Number one, no one knows who the fuck Nikki Haley is. You have to, like, Nikki Haley is an incredibly esoteric fucking character. She was the ambassador to fuck knows where, whenever, to the UN or whatever the fuck. You know, under Trump for 2 months or some shit. No one knows who the fuck she is. You're telling me she's parallel with DeSantis, who's in the news every cocksucking day? Give me a fucking break. I can't stand how fake so much of the polling is. It's so fucking pathetic. And it's just irritating because with the polling, like, I know why they're doing it, but it's like, listen, as somebody who has a degree in political science, I just want to know what the actual numbers are. I have no interest in skewing numbers so I can get paid and all this shit. I just want to know what the actual numbers are. The other day, Pew Research had some utterly fucking horseshit fucking numbers out there. I don't even remember what it was. Maybe somebody in the chat knows what I'm talking about. But Pew Research put out some numbers the other day, and there was just such transparent fucking bullshit. And it's just like, guys, don't do this. For Christ's sake. Just why does everything need to be some false narrative? Can't we just know what the fucking reality is? Why must every fucking outlet out there that's responsible for just providing statistics fabricate fucking numbers? Why? It's just so fucking irritating. Yeah, exactly. Biden approval at 69% or whatever the fuck it was. It was like 59 or whatever, and it's such horseshit. Is that what the Pew Research was? Was that what the poll was? Yeah, it was. Yeah, somebody just named it. Yes. Pew Research put out a poll about Biden's approval, and it was just so unbelievably stupidly over the top. Like, his approval is just on a non-stop incline. It's like, my fucking ass. My ass, this fucking cocksucker has well over majority support. My fucking ass. Would Colin Powell make a good president from the Geth? No. Colin Powell is a neocon sellout. Wouldn't trust him as far as I could fucking throw him. He's a Bushite. Don't trust any Bushite. Safe rule. Glow in the Dark says, do you think that the justice system convicted Chauvin because they want to allow Chauvin off through the appeals process to avoid BLM riots? Judge should have declared mistrial because of added evidence after the trial started, an intimidation factor. Your guess is as good as mine there, Glow in the Dark. I don't know. Getz says, I've given you too much money to not see your tits related story. I made a dating app profile with some instant hose pics and started charging guys for leaked OnlyFans. I made like $20 before my account got banned. Well, I wouldn't suggest that, Getz. That sounds like fraud, so I wouldn't suggest doing that. Geth also says, oh yeah, Colin Powell would be a good president. No. Any Bushite, no. Can't trust him. Alright, looks like we're caught up, so I'll go back to Twitter and see what's going on. What is going on? What is going on? Is there any riots? Are there any riots going on? Outside of, you know, the standard fucking bullshit in Portland and Seattle, whatever. Don't care about there. Let's see. What is there? Oh, Portland police. Oh, the guys, there might be a riot in Portland. Oh, no. Oh. Let me tweet about it. Oh, there's a riot in Portland. Ooh. Alright, let's get a new picture up. Here, let's get this one up. This one's pretty safe and pretty moe. This is pretty moe. So we'll put this up. I don't know what fucking people talking about. Okay. More just a lot of people complaining. I guess either, like, nothing's being covered or nothing's going on. I guess riots avoided. I guess there's no riots going on. Apparently that the St. Louis lawyer who pointed a gun at Black Lives Matter is considering a Senate run. Well, in St. Louis, good luck. Some kind of stupid shit in LA. People complaining about the girl that got shot. Well, I don't really see any riots. So I guess it's not as bad as it could be. Could have been worse. Apparently they're tweeting that the girl was unarmed. There's a few people tweeting out that the girl was unarmed in Columbus. Which is funny.
Peaceful little girl. She was 16 years old. She was an honor roll student. And, Micaiah had a motherly nature about her.
It's just an honor roll student. Oh man, they're just all honor roll students, bro. That's the beauty of fucking what's the word? Quotas. Is that everyone's an honor roll student. Yeah, it seems like everything's talking about this shooting in Columbus. Looks like there's just not much going on. Yeah, just pretty much everyone talking about this shooting in Columbus. I'll retweet this lolly as I'm just sitting here. I mean, I don't know what people expect at this point. Of course they're gonna fucking contend, you know, everything. Every fucking guy's gonna be unarmed. Every fucking criminal's gonna be unarmed. No matter, I mean, they could be killing a cop in the process, and they'll still be unarmed. It's just about the narrative. Reality doesn't matter. It's just about the narrative now. Well, it looks like that's it. I guess that's the only story at the moment. That's apparently the only story happening tonight. Is some black chick getting shot in Columbus, Ohio. She was 16 or some shit. I don't know. Don't know. Don't care. Unless it develops into something more. I mean, we watched the video. It's not really that exciting. Alright, yeah, it looks like there's,
Trend, it's a movement. Black Lives Matter forever, okay? So we're not going to stop just because we got one conviction. We're happy with the conviction, but we're going to keep going. We're going to go for Dante Wright. We're Ahmaud Arbery, Breonna Taylor, and so many unnamed faces out there. That is just going, this is a black genocide. We're out here for more people, not just
yeah, boring rhetoric. Heard it before, boring. Apparently there's a lot of, Marjorie Taylor Greene tweeted out that, there's apparently a bunch of, that DC is basically abandoned. But people are responding like, no, it isn't. No, it isn't. No, you're wrong. You're lying. Politician tweets out, hey, man, DC's pretty sparse right now. There's not a lot of, things going on here. It's really quiet. No, it isn't. No. Okay, no what? Fucking retard. No what? Portland. Oh, man. That's so interesting. Okay, there is fuck all nothing going on right now, really. Fuck all nothing. Alright, too bad. Okay, let me X off of that. I guess we're done with Twitter for tonight. There's nothing going on there. The last one was at 1:40. Fox News is Greg Gutfeld. I'm glad that Chauvin was found guilty on all charges, even if he might not be guilty of all charges. He went beyond that. It was beyond that glow in the dark. It was more like, I'm just glad he found guilty because. It wasn't a matter of, like, he might not be guilty. Like, it wasn't even that. It's just, like, like him being innocent or guilty didn't really factor into the equation. It was just a matter of, like, well, I didn't want my neighborhood to get, there to be riots in my neighborhood again, so fuck this guy. Like, that's all there was really to it. It's really, really a horrible thing to say and extremely thoughtless. And he's getting a bunch of shit for it, and he should deserve more. He could get more, deserves more. Glow in the Dark says, AOC says Chauvin conviction in Floyd is not justice. I don't want this moment to be framed as this system working. Yeah, I saw that earlier. The Gettr says, are the Lotus Eaters and Tim Pool's business the beginning of parallel institution? God, I hope not. The beginnings of parallel institutions for our parallel cultures as they become parallel societies. Build your own media hosting platform, banks, but don't you dare build your own government. I would say that is a charitable to the point of hilarity way of looking at it. 12 Pool Groiper says, I wonder what kind of mindset or worms for brains that the cities get destroyed by black rioters every other month, but everyone seems to just carry on as if it never happened and rebuild it to happen again, lol. Yeah, I mean, they have infinite money. I mean, that's the thing now, though. Like, these people are wealthy. Like, they just have infinite money. It's like New York. You run out of money, what do? I guess raise taxes and legalize weed. Like, they just that's how they view things. Like, there is no real cost. It's why I think that if we have police strikes, that there will be a real cost. That's when lives are starting to be lost. And it's like, it'll toughen up our side, and it's going to call the herd. It's going to call the herd of the people that we don't need. The people who are actively enabling this fucking what's happening. So fuck them. You get what you deserve. You want to simp for the fucking criminals, well then this criminal is going to show up and fucking kill you. Then at least we can do without, then you're gone. So that way we at least don't have to deal with you anymore. We can just deal with the criminals. I hope every time a black is shot, they riot. We should try to make it into a constant thing, riots and in infinitum, till people nut up. Nah, if I was a cop and saw a black criminal, I would just leave. Well, that puts you in the catch-22 of not doing your job. You can get in trouble that way too. I don't know if I agree, because it seems like riots, like the more they riot, the more permissive people become of the rioting. The difference is basically pulling the police back and allowing it to just go. I think then that's when you'll see people finally, like, come to the same conclusions that I have to, and things will actually stand a chance of changing. Pain really needs to be felt, and obviously there hasn't been enough of it, and I think the the tolerance of the riots that have occurred and the police pulling back and retreating and all of that, it's not the same as the police going on strike, because they've basically contained the riots to one specific area, and if you're just in that area, it's basically you're on your own. But if you just take away the police, then it spreads out, and there is no containing it. And then it's not a matter of property destruction. People are going to get raped. People are going to be robbed. People are going to have their homes invaded. People are going to be murdered. It'll be worse than you've ever fucking seen ever. It will basically make the LA riots look like nothing. It'll make less number look like nothing. Police strikes are in a whole separate category. The examples that you have of when police go on strike it is literally watching society self-immolate. It is nothing but pure fucking chaos. And it's like people start robbing banks, people start being murdered on the streets, and literally, like, just broad daylight, people are executed on the streets. Like, it is something in a whole different category. And I advocate that because it will basically force the dumb people into the position where they will be so fucking terrified of the criminals that they will finally simply just listen to us and say, okay, whatever, just make it stop, make the pain stop, make them stop, please, stop. And it's like, okay, if you want it to stop, you listen to me. It's like, okay, anything you want, because that is effectively what the other side is doing. Our opposition is engaging in terrorism. That is the tactics that they're engaging in. And they're doing so in a very clinical and tactical fashion with Antifa and these other things. There is nothing random about it. And our opposition does not actually want the police to strike. Because then our society is going to get a real taste of what happens when there is a world without police. When there aren't deviants being shot. Then people are going to learn what that's really like. You can't go outside. You're not safe outside your house anymore. You're not safe inside your house. You're safe nowhere. It's dangerous everywhere. You're in fear of your life everywhere. And if you're some smarmy left-wing bourgeois faggot, they're going to target you. You're going to say, no, listen, guys, I support BLM. And they're going to smash the windshield out of your car. They're going to put a bullet in your head, and they're going to take all your shit. And dumb people look at that, and they say, well, that's horrible. I look at that, and I say, well, that's you getting what you deserve, and your side just lost a vote. I get what I want. We call the herd, and guess what? We now stand a better chance at actually doing something different, at actually reforming our society. Because the people who are enabling all this are the most likely to be targeted because they have the money, they have all the shit to steal, and they're the weakest because they're anti-gun. They're the weaker target. So if cops go on strike, I guarantee you things will change. You'll see. If the cops go on strike, it spells our victory. Let's see here. Cheese says, I keep missing your streams. With regards to Derek Chauvin, disappointed as fuck. This country system of justice is mob justice. I've read the Turner Diaries, and the United States society is in that book is very similar to what we are living through now. I am not a Wignat. I have not read the Turner Diaries, but I'm familiar with the idea. The guest says, literally like the start of RoboCop 2. Also, I'd love to see the number of Democrat voters before versus after a police... Oh, exactly. See, Geth, you got it. Easy, like, you got it in one right there. I'd love to see the number of Democrat voters before versus after a police strike. There you go. If the police go on strike and you really see society become lawless, and Republicans harp on the mantra, not necessarily, oh, this is wrong, these people are hypocrites, just ubiquitous. We're the only chance you have. We're the only ones that can protect your family. We're the only ones that are going to get police back on the beat. We're the only ones that are going to kill criminals. We're the only ones that are going to put criminals in prison. We're the only ones that are going to have an actual justice system. You just hit over and over and over that if it isn't us, then it's this. You got one or the other choice. It's us, you vote for us, or you have your house being invaded, your wife and kids being raped, and your house getting robbed and you being killed. You know, just before your throat gets slit, your wife and child, your 12-year-old daughter is being raped in front of you by a gang of so-and-sos. Make your choice. You vote for us or you die. Make your choice. So, yes. People will quietly vote Republican. That's what'll happen. So, yeah, people will say that that's accelerationism. No, it isn't. It's very tactical. It's with very great intention, and for it to be basically a switch you flip, and then you flip off. And the question is how long will it take for enough people to understand before you turn it off? Let's see here. So now that George Floyd has received justice, watch them riot this weekend to celebrate. BLM is basically an American Taliban as far as I'm concerned. I mean, it's not exactly in the exact comparison that I would make. Antifa, maybe, but BLM, I don't know. Terrorist organization, yes. Taliban, no. Because the Taliban actually believe things. BLM, they just want a black nation state. I would say that's pretty much what they want. They want a black nation state where they run everything, and they basically have a strongman that declares the rules. They complain about our system, but they actually respect force. They respect violence. So if you had basically their dream world, it would basically be for 2 days there's rioting, and then a black warlord comes into power, kills a bunch of people, and then says, you're going to pay 10% of all income to me, and if you don't or you step out of line, I'll kill you. And they'll like that system. That is pretty much what they want. And all this about, oh, my poor dead fucking people and my bad police, they don't believe any of that. It's all bullshit. All those tears are crocodile tears. They're all fake. They're all looking for a payday or a handout, whatever. It's all fake. It's all insincere. They respect violence, and that's what would happen. If they were given what they wanted, that is what would happen, and they'd respect it. They want to be run by a black warlord. That is what they want. Their objection is that they are, in their mind, ruled by whites. That is what they are objecting to. The Gettr says, will the police strike result in a permanent resurgence of gun culture that will make the police not needed anymore? Or, no, police will always be needed. Or is that just my libertarian pipe dream? It is your libertarian pipe dream. Police will always be needed. You can come up with some form of like, well, instead of having professional police forces, we'll have sheriffs or whatever, but you'll always need a police force. The Gettr says, you're too naive thinking that the Dem voters will change their minds after the strike. I mean, the Dem voters will be more permanently unable to vote, if you understand. No, I think that you discount the power of fear. I think today we had a lesson in that. Last summer we had a lesson in that. And Gettr, I would say it's not a matter of me but being naive. I think you are discounting the power of fear. I think that if you give people no other alternative, then they will do just that. And I think, like I say, I think that most people fundamentally don't understand what it would be like if the police went on strike. I think that most people would, like, you'd have all the standard, typical type of people show up. Let's say it happened in Chicago. You'd have all the different, like, e-celebs and journos online and that, and they go to Chicago. The police will go on strike, and you would be shown violence that you've never seen in your life. It would make videos on, like, not on YouTube, like on, like, Live Leak and shit like that, look tame. You would see the journalists that were there run away if they were even able to get away. Like, it would just be something out of, like, a movie. I've read stories about places where police strikes have happened, and like I say, it is people being murdered in broad daylight on the street. That is what it is like. It is nothing short of pure chaos, and it is something that we are not used to. The riots that we have is something, but I'm talking about literally people just murdering each other on the streets, ripping each other apart. It would be, like, the riots are very, like, they're working together to loot stores. I am saying it would be people looting stores and then shooting each other over shit. Like, it would be significantly worse than what's happened already. I don't think people understand how much worse it would be. Hospitals filling up, people just don't get it. Like, they look at riots and they don't understand that riot is ultimately contained. They don't get it. But it's like, if you get rid of the container, the riot spreads, and then it's everywhere. Then it's all over your city, all over the area, all over the suburbs. It's everywhere, all at once. People just don't get it. So I don't think I'm naive. I think you fundamentally don't understand the difference between what it would look like. Cheese says, white Southern Democrats had it right. Jim Crow was a far more moral system than the mess we have now. Harry Bird, Strom Thurmond, Willis McCall, George Wallace, and others were all correct in the 1960s. Well, you're making a very general statement, so I don't know exactly what your point is, outside of, like, white people need to be separate from blacks. That's still true today. And I don't know if anything was really better or worse then. So I'm not sure if I agree with that, because ultimately, I don't know if you could describe anything then as better or worse than now. I'm not really sure how it would compare, because basically when basically the wall came down, for lack of a better way of putting it, as it relates to so-called civil rights, when the wall came down, the problem was that everyone involved failed to actually provide the pressure necessary to make black people in our society finally integrate. That was the final thing that needed to be done, was for black people to actually integrate into our society. From, with numbers where you would have the stupid nutbag black nationalist types, you'd always have that. But the bulk would be functional, and it would not be a problem. The problem is that ultimately that never occurred, and increasingly, while you do have the grillers, the numbers of the gibbers are just so unbelievable and so powerful that it is basically overwhelming the country. That it isn't a matter of, like, well, these guys were right then. Well, the problem was that everyone was wrong then, and it's why nothing was actually fixed then. If you can get a variety of people other than black people to fully integrate into the country, then you can do that with black people. the problem is not necessarily that, oh, black people bad. It's a matter of, well, the pressure should have been there afterwards to get these people to actually integrate, to view themselves as American first, so that they don't devolve as they did. And the problem is that we are where we are because for the last, it was just that and a million other things during the 20th century just either didn't happen or did happen, and it was a bad idea. And the problem is that integration is what needs to be done. And it's unique in this way to black people. It's not unique in failing to integrate, but there's a reason why that it's black people running around attacking Asians. There's a reason why it's black people running around and attacking Jews. It's a reason why it's black people running around attacking whatever other minority. There's a reason behind it. And it's because you've walled this community off. They've walled themselves off, and they festered and festered and festered and gotten worse and worse and worse. And the problem is that at some point you needed honest actors to actually say, things need to change. And what can I say? The changes never occurred, and we're kind of, things may have been bad to some degree back in the 60s, but I don't think it's comparable to today. I really don't. I don't think it's comparable to today. I think things have degenerated far more when you look at today than it was then. Yeah, especially, if you look at the 60s, blacks back in the 60s had problems. And people say, oh, well, 650 was true in the 60s as well. Well, the problem is that at least in the 60s, there was far, far more grillers than there were gibbers. Far more back then. But today, it's honestly, the minority are the grillers. And the majority are basically on a gradient. There are a seriously sizable majority that are deviants and gibbers. It is an unbelievable number. But, what can I say? It's the problem of, well, what then do you do? How do you solve this? And I've already given, my explanation on what we can do to solve this. Is basically to give these people what they want or force them into what they want. And it's not giving them their own territory here. People even suggesting that. It's just yeah, that worked out really well with the Indians. That worked out really well. Reservations really worked well. Great idea. We should do that with black people too. Great fucking idea. Yeah. But the answer is to basically try to create, to speak honestly about the problems and to create a filter. And that filter is basically that if you have deviants, you have gibbers, get them into the system and then get them the fuck out of here. No recidivism then, no more problem, no more second generation, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth of more gibbers and deviants. You get the one, you catch them, you nip it in the bud, and they're gone. And then then who's left are the people that are normal. Let's see here. Yeah, we're going to have to wrap this up. Going for 3.5 hours now, so we're going to wrap this up. And I would counter with California. They step through the human shit and they use needles. They vote far left. They literally don't have the capacity to make the connection. I just disagree. What can I say, Geth? On the flip side of that unprecedented violence, I'd like to see the grillers discover the capacity for heinous acts they never thought they were capable of. Well, that's the thing. See, that's the thing you don't really understand. The average person in our society views the whole fucking world through the lens of the media. Like, most people are not seeking out alternative information. Most people are fine with the gatekeepers. And the beauty of the police going on strike is there's no hiding it then. There's no hiding reality. You're basically removing the filter from their eyes, and then for the first time in their life, they're going to see true violence, true brutality. They're going to be in genuine fear of their lives for the first time. Like, you know, like I say, I'm not saying it's going to be a small thing, but to me, it's something that is really necessary to fucking get people to realize the consequences of this kind of thing. That there's a reason why we have these things. You know, from my perspective, it's staring into the abyss and understanding, having a better understanding of the nature of humanity, in that it is brutal, and that is what you should expect. And to expect otherwise, or to sympathize with some false illusion that the brutal among us, the deviant among us, are something other than that, or whatever, like, it's something that you can't really tolerate. It's the death of a society. And in order to protect the society or the nation from that death, it's better to, like I say, call the herd. It's basically to allow some people to die so that others understand that this is the consequence of this sort of thing, of being overly lenient on crime, being permissive towards criminality and chaos in society, that basically sympathizing with chaos and being antagonistic towards order, that you basically give them what they want. And if they survive it, then they'll come away with it with a more realistic understanding of the nature of humanity. It's giving, like I say, it really is putting their hand on a hot stove. It is forcing them to feel pain so that they understand nature of humanity better than what they do now. That is what it is. And I do think you would see a positive reaction from it. I think it would terrify people, and do so in our way, in our favor, I would say. So is there anything else before we wrap this up, people? Is there anything else? Gettr says, I'm fully on board with strike because I'm a sadistic fuck and a pragmatist, but our low IQ society would forget the lesson within a generation. Certainly. Well, that's the problem, Gettr, is that you have to plan for the long term, and that is my solution. My solution is not like the 5-year plan or the 10-year plan. Mine is the 100-year plan. And, it's, all I can say is it starts with academia. That's where you have to start. And you will see some, basically, it'll be ideological curtailment. It'll be similar to the laws that they have in Eastern Europe. Not exactly, but similar. And that's not really the perfect thing. You're basically going to have some sort of permanent oversight of academia. Like you'll have to have people like internal affairs, something similar to that, except for academia, so that if you ever have like socialist professors or any of that, like people like that get into the system, that you can basically eject them out, so that it's never a problem. All right, is that it, everybody? Are we done here? Are we finished for the night? Should I grab a video for us to watch? Random cop video for us to watch? Or are we done? Up to you, people. I don't give a shit. It seems like the super chats in that, or the Streamlab chats, have tapered off Except for Geth. It's just Geth for the last, like, hour. Alright, it looks like, cop video? Okay. Alright, we'll do one cop video then, before we end it. Let me, God, dude, I watched one meme video, and ever since then, I had this one guy's channel just spamming my fucking homepage. Okay. This one's called LAPD Officer Involved Shooting Maniac at Grocery Store. I currently have 60 videos saved. I think all of them are cop videos. Should we watch that one? I don't know if it's any good or not. Alright, I guess we'll watch this one. I don't remember this one. Let's save it so that way I know which one to take out. Okay. Let me see here. Gotta make sure the video's good. Alright, let's roll back. Let's listen to this informative video with our cop buddy here. I'll plug in my headset so I don't fucking have reverb. Okay. So this is an LAPD officer shooting maniac at grocery store on November 1st, 2020. Oh, you can't hear it. Hang on. Start this over.
Hello, I'm Captain Stacy
There you
Spell
go.
of the Media Relations Division of the Los Angeles Police Department. And I'm going to give you a brief overview of an incident that began on November 1st, 2020 at approximately 5:51 p.m. Officers assigned to Devonshire area responded to a 911 call of a man with a gun near the intersection of Lassen Street and Balboa Avenue.
Hi, on the intersection of Balboa and Lassen, there's like a Hispanic male, and he's walking back and forth through this, like through the lanes in like a dark area. He's wearing like really dark clothes, and it looked like he had his hand in his waistband. I don't know if he just had his hand in like his pocket or like in his shirt, but it looked like he was trying to flag cars down, and he kept going. Like it looked like he was gonna cross the street, and he came back.
Oh, I remember this one. I remember this one. I remember. This is a funny one, I'm pretty sure.
He might be hiding in the back somewhere.
I'm pretty sure this is a funny one. I'm pretty sure this is a funny one.
I heard something back there.
What was it?
The woman's bathroom is right above.
What's that sound you're hearing? Oh, dude. Hold the phone, hold the phone, hold the phone, hold. If this is a video I think it is, hold on. I actually wanted to save this one. Hold the phone, people. Hold the phone. If this is the one that I think it is, hold the phone. Okay. I just want to be sure. I got it ready just in case this is the video I'm thinking of.
What do we have here? So he was last seen going back here. There's another entrance, a set of stairs.
Where is
he? I think that he either went upstairs to the bathroom, but the employee just came down and said, "There's someone in the he's in the cooler." Oh shit! Hey, sit down!
Hold on. Let me roll it back. Let me roll it back. This is that video. That is this video. Hang on. Let me get it going here. Hold on. Let me get this.
He's in the cooler.
Oh
shit! Hey, sit down! Sit down! Sit down! Keep your hands up!
He's back, ladies and gentlemen. He's back. He's back, ladies and gentlemen. He literally came into the fucking ceiling. Hold on. He's getting away. You gotta get after him. He's running. Look at him go.
Come on, get out, man. We're gonna figure this out together. Come on.
He's not stopping. You gotta go get him. He's back.
Come on.
He's getting away.
I'm done. We're just pulling each other. Come on. Get down.
I don't know how to get him down.
Come on, man. Come on.
I'm inviting. We're here to help you, brother. I'm inviting.
I'm here to help him.
We're here to help you. Because I fucking put it out right now. You blast me.
No, don't do that, man.
I want to do that, man. Well, no. Let's bring cops. Let's bring a fucking cop.
All right.
How many years? How many years? Yeah, how many years? 23? Yeah. What year you start? It's been a while, bro. It's been a while. When did you start? Yeah, you put a shit, dog.
He throws his shirt at him.
Come on, man.
Nah. You guys are gonna fucking kidding me.
We're not gonna. You just come down and talk to us.
I'd rather fucking hit the shit out right here with all comes to see big ass fool.
Come on, man. Just come down and talk to us.
I ain't coming down on this fucking call down down police department. Hey, if he's here, you have to fucking jurisdiction here. You got me fucked up. Fuck this shit. Fuck it, I was ready to light the day anyway. What's up, homie?
Come on, man. Don't do it. Don't do it. Come on, just come down and talk to us.
Come on, you don't do it, dog. You get in trouble, homie.
Alright, I gotta roll it back. Gotta roll it back until we get to the point. He outlasted the music. Approximately 20 minutes later. That's like a fucking, what are the card? Like a card from SpongeBob, approximately 20 minutes later.
Get it for you, alright? All this will go away, alright? All this will be over. Hey, what's your...
That's gonna be over. That's my favorite.
It's gonna be in your favor. Nothing's gonna happen. He's coming down.
Get him! Get him! That man, it went from 0 to 100 real quick. Where is he?
Eyes on this guy.
Is he in the freezer? Where the fuck is he?
Martin, where you at?
They don't know where the fuck he went!
I'm gonna go over here.
They literally can't find him. Hold on, we gotta pause this.
He went in here.
Where'd he go?
You know what?
He went inside.
This has to be barricaded shit.
We don't know where he went back there.
I saw he went this way, so I don't know where. We're scared to hold it here. You guys hold it here.
When officers entered the store, an employee directed
They fucking okay. Here he is coming through the fucking
them
room.
to the rear of the location where Hernandez was last seen. While near the refrigerated section, Hernandez dropped from the ceiling and landed on top of the freezer aisle. Officers immediately ordered Hernandez down. He ignored the officer's commands and attempts to gain his compliance and walked along the top of the freezer aisle to the front of the store. The officers attempted to de-escalate the
He literally got away. He literally got away, guys. Juan Bourne made it out of the fucking store. Juan Bourne made it, guys.
situation and gave Hernandez an opportunity to surrender. And after about 23 minutes, Hernandez jumped down from the shelf and ran to the back of the store where he encountered plainclothes vice detail officers that were wearing tactical vests with police insignias that responded to the
Dude, he
backup.
fucking like checked that cop. Look at that. Look at that shit. Look how hard he checked that fucking cop. Look at that.
Insignias that responded to the backup call.
Look
Hernandez
at
shot
that,
at one of the vice
dude.
officers, resulting in an officer-involved shooting. Hernandez, who was not struck by gunfire, ran to the back of the store and out of sight. The officer Hernandez shot at sustained injuries and was immediately transported to a local hospital, where he was
Oh
treated
my
for a
God.
non-life-threatening wound to his arm.
No, he got away. He got away. Juan Bourne made it out, dude. Oh my God, that's so fucking funny. Like I mean, it's not funny that he shot the cop. It's not funny that he shot the cop. Well, he literally like whipped that cop to the fucking ground and he went tumbling in. That's crazy.
On Devonshire and Balboa.
Oh yeah, he goes to another store.
A 911 call from a nearby gas station was broadcasted.
Yeah, I need a San Fernando Police Department on Devonshire and Balboa at the MPM now. The place is getting robbed.
You need San Fernando Police Department?
Yes.
Okay, let me transfer you there. Hold on.
Okay. Yeah, Devonshire and Balboa.
Well, that's not San Fernando, sir.
That's LAPD?
Yes.
Okay. So bring it over here.
Are you okay? Do you need a paramedic, sir?
Yes, just bring it over here now.
Okay, what's the name of your business?
It's AMPM.
AMPM? Okay, the
Yes.
person that's there, is it a man or a woman?
It's a man.
Is he white, black, Hispanic, or Asian?
Does it matter? The fuck?
Hispanic or Asian?
He's fucking Asian. Who gives
Okay,
a
what
shit?
color? The officers need to know who to look for, sir. What color shirt and pants is he wearing?
You're bullshitting me. All right, you know what? There's a robbery going on over here.
What color shirt and pants is he wearing, sir?
If I have to shoot one of you motherfuckers again, I'm gonna do so.
Sir.
Trust me.
The guy on the line is Juan! The guy on the line is Juan!
I don't know. You tell me.
Okay, I'm hanging
It's
up.
Juan! Juan got the
Officers
phone!
responded to the gas station and immediately set up containment.
It was Juan on the phone, everyone. It was Juan on the phone.
After several minutes of negotiation, the suspect surrendered and was taken into custody without further incident.
We got it. You're gonna give him direction, okay? Okay, one. We got direction now. Here now. Hey, lay all the way down. Okay, let's move. Move forward. Bring the car up. Hey, look to your left, bud. Look to your left. No, just stay there. Look to your left. Put your head to the left. To the left. Other side. Other way. Look the other way. Look the other way. Just like that. Do not move, okay? Let's move up.
I'm not resisting. I'm not. Okay. I'm not. Oh.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not resisting. I have the weapon.
All right, you're okay.
Alright, well, it looks like he came down from his fucking meth high and they got him. At least for today. They got Juan
To
today.
his arms and face. Hernandez was cleared for booking by the attending physician and was transported and booked into an LAPD jail facility. Investigators recovered Hernandez's loaded 9mm semi-automatic handgun at the scene and booked the gun as evidence. On November 3rd, 2020, the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office filed the following counts against Hernandez.
Yeah, and I'm sure the cop who shot him is going to go to prison. He'll be let go. How do you like that one, guys? that was pretty crazy, wasn't it? That was a pretty crazy one, wasn't it? I meant to save that one. I was gonna save that one for Copcast, but I forgot which one it was. But yeah, this is another Juan Bourne one. This was another Juan Bourne video. Oh shit! I'll you know the him coming through the roof. That was fucking great. It's like three perfect things. One, he comes to the fucking ceiling. Two, he manages to evade the cops. He runs out of the place. Despite there's cops everywhere, he manages to get out. And then he calls the police on him fucking self to report himself robbing a fucking store.
What do we have here?
So he was last seen going back here. There's another entrance, set of stairs. They think that he either went upstairs to the bathroom, but the employee just came down and said, "There's someone in the he's in the cooler." Oh shit! Hey, sit down! Get on the ground! Get down on the ground!
Get down! Keep your hands up! Get down!
Keep your hands up!
Anyway, so that's the one, the good one, and then after this one to me is the funnier one. I find this one to be funnier. When he just books and he actually makes it out of the place. Like I said, it's sad the cop got injured. But I find this the one to be the funnier one. He's just like, fuck this, he just jumps down. And there's cops everywhere. There's cops everywhere. And he literally gets away. There's cops everywhere, and he manages to avoid him. And I'm going to play that phone call one more time. I'll play the phone call one more time, just because it's so fucking unbelievable. This is probably the best part of the entire video.
As officers were preparing to search the back of the store, a 911 call from...
Yeah, I need a San Fernando Police Department on Gettr and Balboa at the MPM now. The place is getting robbed.
You need San Fernando Police Department?
Yes.
Okay, let me transfer you there. Hold on.
Okay. Yeah, Gettr and Balboa.
Well, that's not San Fernando, sir.
That's LAPD?
Yes.
Okay. Just bring it over here.
Are you okay? Do you need a paramedic, sir?
Yes, just bring it over here now.
Okay, what's the name of your business?
It's AMPM.
AMPM? Okay, the
Yes.
person that's there, is it a man or a woman?
It's a man.
Is he white, black, Hispanic, or Asian?
Does it matter? The fuck?
Is he white, black, Hispanic, or Asian?
He's fucking Asian. Who gives a shit?
What color? The officers need to know who to look for, sir. What color shirt and pants is he wearing?
I just love the sarcasm.
You're bullshitting me. All right, you know what? There's a robbery going on over here.
What color shirt and pants is he wearing, sir?
If I have to shoot one of you motherfuckers again, I'm gonna do so.
Sir,
trust me.
are you playing on the telephone?
Huh?
Are you
I don't
playing
know.
on the telephone?
I don't know. You tell me.
Okay, I'm hanging up. Goodbye.
Officers responded to the gas station.
Oh, man. Alright, so what'd you guys think? That a good one? What do you guys think of that one? Think it was pretty good? Pretty good? What do you think, guys? The guy said a while ago, the internet was supposed to be oversight on half the population, but they decided they were okay with the EDC. We need to determine if his life matters. I don't know. He's not black. He's Hispanic. Excuse me. Oh, can you hear me twice? I hope you can't, because I think my headset is actually plugged in for the microphone. No, I shouldn't have been. I'll listen to it later, see if I fuck that up. Oh, man. I'm on meth, homeboy, Juan Bourne. Cowboy Curtis says, thanks for the impromptu Copcast. Juan Bourne is always good for a laugh. Yeah, he is eternal. The only thing that's true in this world, the only thing that's eternal is Juan Bourne getting away from the cops. The cops always think they got him, but he always manages to evade them at the last second. Oh, man. I was saving that one. I didn't mean to play that tonight, but it's funny that I did. I'm just glad that I recognized it quick enough that I got the music up in time. Because that's definitely one of the crazier ones out there. See, and the people who left early, there's a bunch of people who left earlier. They missed it. They missed Juan Bourne coming back. I'll have to tweet all that out. I'll have to tweet out that just so people don't get angry that they missed it. Because I think some people will. Because that's still, it appears to be like a fan favorite is Juan Bourne. All right, well, let's wrap this up, people. I'm about done for tonight, so if you got anything else left to say it now. Otherwise, we're gonna be donezo after 4 hours. Anything else before we go? Doesn't look like it. Looks like we're done. Looks like we're done. $15 more hours. Nah, bruh. That ain't happening tonight, bruh. Alright, it looks like we're done, everybody. So I guess we're gonna wrap it up. So, as always, this is Louis Le Vau, who knows? Smash that fucking like button. Smash it now. Smash that fucking like button before we end it, okay? Smash that fucking like button. I want to see 1,000 likes. And, in the meantime, while I'm working on other stuff, planning on doing other stuff, follow me on Twitter, Parler, Gab, Facebook, and especially on Subscribestar. Give me some gibs over on Subscribestar. Help me afford some ammo over on Subscribestar. Give me the gibs. And we'll see what happens with Copcast. We'll see. It's a little bit unpredictable with me right now. I got a few things going on, so. But I'm working on it. I got the content. I got 59 other videos besides that one. That one's a really, really good one. I wanted to save it for Copcast 3, and I fucked up. But, hey, what can I say? Still works good enough. But, yeah, support my channel, like this fucking video, and I'll see all of you guys in the near future. And, hopefully, Copcast 3 goes well, and I don't get my fucking channel banned from YouTube. Alright, well, I will talk to all of you later.